Okay. Okie dokie. Welcome. How are you? How is everything? I'm so excited. It's such a lovely day. I didn't go anywhere today, but I had the window open all day. I got the window open right now. The fan is on, and that feels lovely. But how are you guys doing? What's been going on with you? Oh, you be quiet over there. And that's not a person. I was talking to the television. Child, let's see. I'm trying to think if I've had any updates. I like to do oh, I do have some, and let me know if you can hear me okay, because I feel like I'm talking low. No, I see the little thing. I I forget, but I don't forget that I have my little microphone. Speaking of which, before I get into more serious things, I have lost this thing in the last 3 days. I've lost this thing like twice in the same day because what it's so teeny and I forget that it's there. And I try to remember to like take it off and just I keep it on my computer like it's a magnet, so I stick it to the computer. But what was happening was I had left out the room to do something because I was like recording something, and I left out the room to do something. Thank you, fitness. Um, and so when I went out the door, I heard something fall. Okay, good. I heard something fall, but I couldn't see what it was at the time, and I was just trying to do whatever it was I was trying to do, and I was just like, okay, I knew I didn't have anything. I don't even think I had pants on at the time, so I didn't have any pockets. So I was just like, I wasn't looking for anything to be like, oh, I know that was this thing that I dropped. So anyway, I came back. I was doing whatever I was doing for like an hour at least, and then I went to clean up. And that's when I realized that the microphone was not on the thing. So then I'm looking at my clothes because sometimes it's hooked to the shirt. So let's say I take this shirt off and I forget that I have this on there. Now the magnet's pretty strong, so it don't just pop off like that. So the times that I have taken my shirt off and it was still on there, it was all there. But like I said, when I heard it drop, I must have hit it on something and then it separated from the magnet. So when I came back, eventually I thought, oh, let me look over there. That might have been the thing that dropped. And it was. I found the microphone piece, but the magnet piece was missing. Now I had on like a kind of a tighter top. So it was magnetized to the underwire of my bra. So that was I found it. And then another time I found it, it was stuck completely to the shirt that I had on. So I've been going through it with this little thing. Is the point. I've been going through it with it, but we're okay. I still got it, so that's good. Um, Also, I did go out this week. It was another yesterday was a nice day, and I went. I don't think it was yesterday though that I went out. I went out one of these days, and I did like a vlog. I think it was Monday. I called myself recording a vlog. Then I realized that it had absolutely no sound. The visuals are beautiful. The visuals are beautiful, but it had absolutely no sound. And I was talking about all types of stuff, right? So I was glad that I kind of faced my fears because I'm very self conscious about being out and vlogging and being a content creator out in public in people's faces. So I went um, but that day it was an interesting day too. Not interesting, but like not on like no major stuff. It probably is going to be a very boring story, but it was meaningful to me. So I went. I had to cash these checks because I did jury duty. And, they give you the little $9 check, and I wasn't really pressed about it. The jury duty check, but then I got you know how they'll be like, oh, we did this class action settlement and you're entitled to some money, so it was like 20 some odd dollars. And so when I got that check, I was like, well, you know what? I'll go get these little things. That could be a little lunch or something. I'll go and cash some. So I went to the check cashing place that I used to go to all the time. And I was standing in line, and there was this young man ahead of me. And I could see what he had. He had a check, and he had a check from CCP. That's the school I go to. So I was like, oh, okay, he got his refund check, whatever. So I'm just going on about my business. So he went before me, and then I saw the lady tell him to move to the side. He was still there, but she told him to move to the side so she could deal with me. So then when I gave her my stuff, she was like, well, this is over 10 days old. Mind you, the checks themselves say up to 180 days or whatever, but I forgot that particular place is very strict about you. She said because they're a third party or something like that. So basically, if you want to get your checks cashed there, you got to bring it within 10 calendar days or business days of when you got it. So it was past 10 days since I think I did jury duty on the 2nd. So it was past 10 days. Yeah, so then I went and she was like, I might not be able, I probably can't cash this jury duty check. I was like, okay, no problem, whatever. And then she was like, well, you know how you have an older lady and she's kind of like giving you a hard time about it, but she's still helping. She was like, I'm gonna go ahead and do this because she's like, have you been there before? And I was like, yeah. And she looked up my name and she saw my profile or whatever. And so then she was like, we usually don't do this, but I'm gonna go ahead and do it for you this time. I was just like, okay, man, thank you. Like if she hadn't done it, it wouldn't matter to me. So I'm like, okay. But in the meantime, I see the little boy shuffling on the side and somebody had said something to him about an ID or whatever. So then through her talking to him like next to me, I'm realizing what the issue is. So the issue was he didn't have like ID or something. And so I was like, oh, well, where's your ID? Do you have a state ID? Like, what do you have? And he was like, oh, I don't have that because he was just 18. And he's like, I go to school, I go to CCP online and this and that. I'm like, I go there too. So then through like conversation, I recognized he didn't necessarily need a state ID. She wanted to see something that identified him as the person the check was made out to. And one of the things we have is like an identification number. When you go to, any school have an identification number, but our identification numbers are called J numbers because they have a J in front of it. So when she was kind of signifying to me, the name on the paper sounded feminine, but we were looking at what looked like a masculine. So she was I took it as she was doing her due diligence. So hopefully he wasn't trying to like take somebody else's check or something. And I didn't get the vibes that what it was, but I understood her like she needed to do her due diligence to make sure this was that person. And this person is coming in with no ID or nothing. This is my customer service brain, right? This person comes in with no ID or anything. So she's trying to help, but he needs to get himself together. So she's like, well, she shows me the J number thing. Like she shows me that that's what she's looking for. Like, can he get that? And I'm like, oh yeah, that should be in his profile. So I help him. He logs into his thing. I'm like, go into this part of your back end. And I was able to show the J number. So then he was able to get his checks cashed. So that made me feel good that I could help in that way. I was just like, right place, right time type of thing. I don't know. Them type of things make me feel good. And I was like, yay, I was able to come out and do some good in the world. So that was nice. So this is important. I want to, because it's been on my mind pretty much since the next day or whenever it was, I went back because I'll go back and watch the lives trying to find clips and stuff like that. So when I went back and watched last week's lives, I was concerned because you know how anal I am about maintaining safety first and foremost, like psychological safety first and foremost for women here, Black women here, single moms, and people that are scapegoated and used as fodder for conversation in other spaces. Hi, Ami. And so when I went back and I watched it, I don't regret anything that I said in terms of my intended messaging. But what I would change a bit is that I would be, well, first off, y'all know normally, that's why I be so slow with the content, because I'm like, I have to chew on these things a bit first to get basically what I feel like y'all saw out of my system, if that makes sense. Like I'm a human being, so I have knee-jerk emotional reactions to things, right? But I've always been like, I need to get that out of my system first so that I can get the actual message that I want to make sure people walk away with, and make sure that I'm leading with that as opposed to all of the things. And then that main message is somewhere. It's going to be extra of that tonight because I got the window open and the air feels good. But anyway, normally I try to do that work myself of extracting that deeper message, that more important message to me that comes from the situation we're analyzing. And so because I just was seeing that in passing, we came upon it when I was doing all that stuff about what Nick Cannon had said, and I was that was my first watch of it. That was my first, exposure to it. You were getting my raw reaction as me, not necessarily as level up single mom, but as Kiana, to what I was seeing. I hope y'all following me so far. Now, again, this is not me recanting anything that I said. This is not me worried about cancellation, or it's me trying to live up to the standard that I set here. And so what I'm trying to do is acknowledge that if she were to watch it, I felt like she would be well within her right to write me off as a hater and one of those people that is simply projecting onto her to make myself feel better about my life and my choices. This is not what I'm saying I was doing, but I could see how it could come off that way. And so because of that, I wanted to publicly acknowledge that. Again, everything I said still stand because I meant it for I don't know if y'all saw, I did a what's it called? A reel where this guy was talking about, so we don't have to take this, we don't have to live this way. And I said, this is where I was coming. I can understand why you would go this out, but you don't have to do this, And so why it look like, I hope the internet is okay, because I see this little thing keep trying to pop up, like saying there's problems. So I just wanted to publicly acknowledge that I can say for me that I might have been a bit harsh. I feel like I was a bit harsh in terms of my delivery of my message, and I want to clarify now to streamline it and just make sure that it's clear that overall, she said, did most people or everybody be a hater too? Overall, I care. And I would want her to understand, if we were to ever meet, if we were to ever have a conversation, if she were to ever see any of this stuff, that my intention was to extend and hold space for her to be able to feel how she feels without feeling like she has to mask for herself or for anyone else. Ultimately, I feel like she is masking a lot of her real feelings. It's not that I don't feel like the feelings that she's leading with and promoting aren't genuine, but I feel like, there's a lot there that she doesn't feel safe acknowledging, because she also would have because if something was happening and I could see it on my end, but I wasn't sure. All right. I just want to make sure that she would understand, and anybody else will understand it. Ultimately, I just want her to know that if at any point that's not enough for her, she's not crazy, she's not ungrateful. It's natural, and it would make sense for her to say this is not enough. Because if she's giving as much as she's saying she's giving, I'm saying it's not enough. I think she deserves more. I think she deserves better. You know what I mean? And that remove all the ego. For me, I'm saying remove all the ego, remove all the, finger wagging and aggressive energy. That's what's at the heart of what I'm saying. I was trying to say. And so I just wanted to make sure that that was spoken here, because all that other stuff was spoken here. And I know how things can take on a life of their own. So I want to go on the record of saying, I know I could have done better, and acknowledging that. So that was just that. And I think that's a good segue into tonight's conversation, which is about standards and like raising your standard, recognizing that like you deserve more, you want more, and you have been entertaining less. And that's falls into, if anybody's been following my weekly posts on Monday mornings, when I post like a general message that speaks to the ideology of Level Up Single Mom in terms of just how we think about things, how we frame things. It's been diving deeper into these ideas I've been talking about like energetic poverty and treating your attention and your energy as currency. And so this falls in line with that. And I saw this, I think I saw this yesterday. I had like some other things that I wanted to talk about. We might still talk about the other thing that I was going to make the main thing of this later on in this live. But yeah, so that's where we are. Thank you for showing up. I'm going to go ahead and hit this intro so we can get started. Where is it? Oh yeah, there it goes. It's right at the top. All right, here we go.
You in charge of the girls, right? I am in charge of the girls. Are you in charge of the girls? I am in charge of the girls.
Okay, so for anyone, just a quick overview here. DL Hughley's daughter, I don't even know her name. I literally just found out about this, but it was either yesterday or was this morning. I don't remember, like last night. But DL Hughley's daughter, I'm gonna just say that. Hey Jay Chan, how you been? You made it. She had a message for the girls. I won't let her tell you what the message is, but she had a message for the world, and apparently it didn't go over very well. So I always gotta tell you how I encounter these things. I scrolled up to a video where someone was talking about the backlash she was receiving for what she said. And so then that made me go and look into what she actually said. And then from there I saw what she said. And then I saw her thank you, Jay Chan. Yeah, believe it or not, it wasn't. Hold on. Oh no, you didn't. Hold on, guys. My baby just talk. All right, I'm back. I had to do the Bobby thing. So I saw what she said. I saw her response to the backlash to what she said, and I was moved to talk about it because, like I said, it kind of it aligned with everything we be talking about here, but also very specifically, what happens when your standards raise and like how other people treat you when your standards raise. And yes, this is going to be about like men and woman dynamics, because there's also things when we're having these conversations that I feel like sometimes women don't understand. And it's not that I'm saying like you need to understand because you need to understand these men because they need to be understood. It's more so like when you understand these things, I very strongly, deeply feel that when you have these like very clear, concise, and definitive understandings of certain things, that then you'll be like, oh, okay, it's no need to even be concerned about it because this is just not for me. You know what I mean? So that is why when I do be talking about like relationship dynamic type of stuff, I'm talking about it from that perspective. Now I don't need to argue with no dudes about it, but you know what I mean. Like, so yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and am I in the right place? Who got Cherish up here? All right, so we're gonna go to this and I'm gonna share it.
You know, back when I was still having sex with men who wore Adidas slides and dirty white socks, you know the ones. I wish I could tell me then that I'd be married to like a whole ass pediatrician sitting outside in our backyard by the fire he built me, drinking an old fashioned, waiting for him to come downstairs to join me because he's putting our kids to bed. Marry the nerd! You know, back when I was still having sex with men who wore Adidas.
Okay, did y'all hear that? Could y'all hear that? Because I know we had a lot of problems last week. Let me know if y'all can hear that. And I know it's a delay too. Hold on, I'm waiting to hear if y'all heard it. Okay, nobody's saying that you didn't hear it, so I'm just going to assume that you did hear it. Um, so yeah, very short, very sweet, very concise. Marry the nerd because when I was messing with these other guys, it hadn't occurred to me. This I'm paraphrasing what she said or expounding on it, that it hadn't occurred to her when she was doing what she was doing with this other type of guy. I'm going to go out on a limb and say she's referring to like the Pookie Ray Ray archetype or some iteration of it, that she wasn't thinking about what she would need from a spouse in a life like that one. She was operating from, what she wanted in that moment. And so she's recognizing and saying to the girls, in my experience, if this is what you want for yourself, go for this type of guy. This is the type of guy that's going to give you that. Now, I think I want to wait until we watch the other one and then I'll get into, commentary. So let's watch. Like I said, she got a lot of backlash for it. So we're going to watch the one that she responded to the backlash she was getting.
A couple days ago, I accidentally went viral for a video I did last week telling women to marry a nerd. I also made the cardinal mistake of admitting to having sex before I met my husband. I'm guilty of the exact same thing their mother is, having sex. I'm not guilty of having sex with a dumbass. That's true, but still. In my video, all I was trying to do was tell women to not have sex with the type of men who produced the dudes in my comments. And men from all across the internet are making think pieces about it. I'm a slut, I'm a skank, I got trains run on me, my husband was my last option, I settled, he settled, may this love never find me, that kind of thing. And before I met my husband, I used to eat men like that, like the ones in my comments, alive for funsies. And I know, the joke, oh, you used to swallow dick. Oh, God, make better jokes. You guys have been telling the same fucking jokes since like the Salem witch trial. Like, in The Wizard of Oz, when the lion tries to scare Dorothy and she like goes like, what the fuck are you doing? And he goes, oh, I'm actually like, I just need some courage. Like, a lot of you are just trying to figure out how to be a man. And that's how it comes through. Like, you're really that mad that you took time out from your job at Publix to do a 45-second think piece on a married woman talking to other women? I don't see the masculinity in it. A lot of you glitch when you hear that a woman has had sex before she met you because you know that you could never measure up in real life. All that practice you've had in your room in the dark with the flashlight, the thing with the vagina on the end, but it looks like a nightlight. You already know that you would never measure up in real life. And a woman who has had sex with a human would know that, which is why a woman having sex before she met you scares the shit out of you because you're cooked. I saw this study the other day that said 50% of you have never even asked a woman out in real life. Guys, 50% of you have never even grown the cajones it requires to walk your little ass across the street and ask a woman you think is attractive for her number. And you're in my comments trying to flame me for dating 10 years ago? Baby, it's giving you're a virgin who can't drive. I use the euphemism, look it up, of dirty socks to talk to women who is my main target about dating the type of men that ultimately don't align with you long term. Now, the men I dated were in like law school, med school, like, working at Goldman Sachs and stuff like that. So like, it was a euphemism. I wasn't actually talking about like you, like, no. Y'all are the same dudes talking about Russell Wilson's so gay. Can you imagine stepping up and like raising a child that wasn't yours? Before your shift at the Piggly Wiggly, the audacity
The same men who tell women who have had children that they're run through. Like your mom was. Like, the misogyny is never going to fly for me. I'm entirely too smart. And frankly speaking, I blame my father. I have entirely too much money at my disposal to give a shit. The amount of you that look like demigorgons, like true demigorgons, telling women that they are passed around. Sorry, hold on. The married women in my comments are like, yeah, I love my IT nerd. I love my software engineer. I love my neurosurgeon. And you guys heard nerd and heard what exactly? A nerd. Here, I'll put the definition here. You can find definitions of all kinds in a dictionary. It's a book that has words in it. We'll talk about it later. A nerd is just somebody who's really smart. I just told women to marry smart men. That's it. I married a smart guy. I didn't marry a smart guy because I trapped him. I married a smart guy because we were both at the same grad school. And we ran into each other. That's probably why I don't run into you. Do you know the kind of man it takes to deal with me every day? My mouth? I married the only man I ever met I didn't want to eviscerate. I married the only man I ever met I didn't want to flame and break apart because I could. But you make it easy. And I look at your comments and you guys basically circle jerking each other. And all that comes through to me is how weak, how unoriginal, and how small you are. I think a lot of you have a humiliation kink, and I didn't go to school for that, but I'm a fast study. If you would like me to continue to humiliate you, you're going to have to pay me for it, though. So I'll send my Venmo and my Cash App and my PayPal. You can send me money, and we can do this offline. A couple of days ago, I accidentally went viral.
I watched that earlier. I don't think I was paying attention. I more was like trying to get the clips together and organize them for the live tonight, right? But I watched that earlier, and a bunch of things are happening here from my analysis. A bunch of things are happening here. Number one, okay, she is talking to women. We've had that problem here. We're having a conversation with women, and men come and they decide that their opinions, their feelings, or whatever are relevant and or needed, wanted, whatever. They come, and so there's that issue of it. But there's also the issue of context and perspective, right? We understand her context. Her context is, hey, I've been around a little bit and I'm realizing that I could have got to this experience that I'm having a lot sooner had I recognized to go about it this way as opposed to another way. I'm pretty sure that was where she was coming from with it. Again, for her audience being women. So the second thing, or the third thing, I think we're up to like three things now. One of the other things that's happening is these men that were uninvited, these men are projecting that trope, and some of you guys may be aware of it and some of got not so much, but I'm going to go ahead and lay it out. This idea that the women only go for bad boys. They only go for bad boys. And they only want to settle down with a nerd, aka a simp, aka a low value man, aka a non-alpha male, any and all the things. The type of man who is not going to demand submission, but is going to submit to her. That's the conversation that they're having. Mind you, all she said was this man, let's take it back a little bit. She said this man is a pediatrician, which means he's a doctor. So that off the bat speaks to a lot of value and again, when I'm talking about this stuff, I'm breaking down the holes in their logic, the double standards, the hypocrisy, the what's that called when you're going against yourself, the contradictions in that. This man is a doctor. So already he's winning there, right? I don't know what he looks like. I didn't go into her page. I don't know if she's ever shown him or anything like that, but I would assume he's attractive. She's a very attractive woman. And he's upstairs being a father. He's upstairs being a father while she is sitting quietly in a moment, enjoying, able to reflect about the blessings she has in him and their life that they've built. And these men are mad and saying that he is suffering because she said he's upstairs tending to their children. Okay. What stood out to me mostly though is this idea, this recurring idea. This is one of the things I talk about. There's always these things that are being projected in one way, shape, or another around single mothers. Now, she didn't say she was a single mother when they got married, but she's just saying, hey, I went. It's kind of the same thing because it comes from the same place in terms of their judgment of a woman of you had your fun and you got used up and no high value man or no really, when they're saying a high value man, I think in this context, it comes off like no man that you valued. So no man that had a high value to you valued you back. And so now you are settling for your second pick or your last choice because you know they're going to give you the treatment that the man that you actually value would never. That idea of because a woman has lived a life in which things took different turns. Maybe they didn't work out the way she wanted to, or maybe she bit off more than she could chew, or, you know, and in that I'm talking about whether it's divorce, whether it's just you were with somebody and you thought y'all were together, he was playing you, or y'all really was in love, but y'all grew apart and now y'all not together. What the situation may be that leads to you having been intimate with a man in a particular type of way, and or B, having children with a man and no longer being with the man, that speaks to you losing value, as opposed to us all living lives, learning things, growing, and refining our standards, or, you know, based off of the wisdom that we are picking up along the way. One of the things that I said, they don't use logic, they project their own women feelings onto and assume it's logic. Yeah, well, you know, I've always said logic is subjective to your objective. That's a major difference in any conversation, whether it's inside of man versus woman type of stuff or just general conversation. Your logic is subjective to your objective. So within them, their objective is, or their belief system is based on this idea that a woman is only valuable to them if she belongs to them. And in that belonging, it means nobody else has had you, nobody else could have you, and you would allow me to essentially own you in a way. And when I say own you, I'm not necessarily talking about the extreme of being an extremely controlling person, but that insecurity of, if you are too comfortable with being authentically yourself, even when it goes against something they want or say or think or whatever, that is also denoting a lack of ownership. So basically, if I own you, if I have you, if you are mine, then you are only going to do things that reinforce me feeling like you are mine, even if those things are unreasonable things. Like, even if I should be able, I being a man, I'm standing in for a man, even if I should be able to just be confident in my ability to pick you as a woman. I've picked you, you've picked me, and now we just go along. There are all these other small things that I feel like I need to reinforce that idea because I'm male. Because it's not like in relationships, yes, two people, I feel like, these are my opinions, two people should be doing things to let the other person know that they care. Two people should be doing things to let the other person know that that person is a priority to them and how they feel is a priority to them and stuff like that. So that's a baseline thing, I think, for man, woman, and anything in between. You know what I mean? In terms of how people should treat each other. But I'm talking about the man TM socialization of because I'm a man, it needs to look this way. Because I'm a man, I need to be able to tell you what to do and how to do it. Now, yes, maybe I might be telling you what to do and how to do it because I care about you and I'm trying to protect you, because that's one of the things that the good guys try to say, like, oh, I'm only doing it because it's my job to protect you. And so if I'm supposed to protect you, you need to listen to me, which in a general sense, again, take gender out of it, that's not a bad thing. But the problem is that they don't factor in this idea, that socialized idea that because they are a man, they know everything. Every single thing that they think should happen, whether they have the right content, like whether they're off base or not, because sometimes they are off base and other times they have conflicts of interest that they're not being real with themselves or you about where these decisions and these feelings and these whatevers are coming from, but they're coming from socialization. Again, clarity. Does that mean it's all the time? Does that mean there's never a man that's ever cared about a woman and gave her wise counsel from a place of really wanting to make sure she got the highest good? No, that's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying when we're having these conversations and they're saying things like this, the likelihood that they're the type of guy who just expects to have dominion over a woman just because as a form of ownership and feels entitled to ownership, this is how you can tell that that is that type of guy. Because what the fuck do you think that I was doing before I met you? That I was just sitting in a cardboard box somewhere waiting to sense that you were near so that I could come out and you could see me? Like, what do you think people are doing? We're living lives. Another focal point is her, she wound up making the distinction of saying, hey, I recognize that you guys are inferring that I'm talking about a Pookie or a Ray Ray. And I've never dated a Pookie or a Ray. I'm talking about her. She's saying, I've never dated a Pookie or a Ray Ray. I'm just saying that the type of energy that they're bringing is that's all that they have to add. That's all they're offering. You know what I mean? Or that's all that they have to offer or whatever like that. And so this idea that, again, there's this stark separation between these Pookies and Ray Rays and good guys, when in reality, the ones that do some of the most heinous things are the ones that don't necessarily fit the archetype of Pookie and Ray Ray, because to them, Pookie and Ray Ray is like an ASAP Rocky. And I'm saying like an ASAP Rocky and or a 50 Cent. I'm saying an ASAP Rocky because ASAP Rocky has a presence. He's not necessarily intimidating in a like an animalistic type of way, but he has a presence, he has swag, right? Whereas 50 Cent has swag, but some of his swag comes from his physical imposing appearance. You know what I mean? There's the question of, could he beat me up? You get what I'm saying? Like ASAP Rocky will just Mr. Steal Your Girl. He'll just steal your girl. He might fight. I don't know if he could fight or not. This is not me saying he can't fight. But I'm talking about the archetype. When you look at him, you're just like, oh yeah, he's got a presence. When you look at 50 Cent, you're like, oh yeah, that's a gangster. You know what I mean? So those types of things are what they're talking about when they're categorizing a Pookie and a Ray Ray. When in reality, the experience of a Pookie and a Ray Ray will come from the same type of people she's talking. And clearly she's reiterating the same type of people she was talking about. People that go to grad school, people that have good high paying jobs. These men. There's all types of men that fit in all types of spaces. It's not just ghetto, losers that are doing this. Some of the worst offenders are people that feel like they should be able to do it because they've reached certain levels professionally or just in life in general. So I think that was interesting. Let me look at some of these comments. Y'all been commenting. She said, I'm so glad more women are finally waking up and realizing these males don't deserve any attention or interaction. But what value do the men have to be assigning to value to women? They are unqualified. The only reason they ever had that power was because women couldn't enter the paid workforce. They have no critical thinking skills to expect that kind of power. Some of the doctors be Pookie. No, that is one of I've been decrying this for you. You know how hard I go about the good guy, because that is one of the strongholds that they keep in that mindset of like, oh, like for instance with Sierra and Russell Wilson, she mentioned them. This idea that, oh, well, you chose to deal with Future, so why should a man who's as good as Russell, who had that to give, why should he give that to you? And there's beyond this concept of, because she still had qualities that a man like him would be looking for. She just was wasting them on the wrong person. And she had to learn, unfortunately, the hard way, like a lot of us do, that, this person, my value isn't going to be measured in how I can change this person. My value needs to be measured in what type of experiences I put myself in. So again, kind of reiterating back to Abby De La Rosa. You know what I mean? Like, it's not about me proving to this particular type of person, hey, Mary. She said, how long have we been here? It says 49 minutes. 49 minutes. So not too bad. My value is about here's a shortcut that I actually learned about myself. My value is about what it is I want to be able to experience doing for a person. So I feel like it's just a slight shift. Before, whereas it was like, I'm trying to prove to this person that I'm valuable through doing these things. My shift had to become, I want to be able to do these types of things for somebody and it be a pleasant experience for us both. I want them to be able to receive what it is I have to offer. You get what I'm saying? As opposed to, they need to know I can offer this and trying to convince them of something. And sometimes, again, me learning the hard way, sometimes what you have to offer is just not what that person wants. And if you can just pick up on that and accept that and not feel like, I can overcompensate or I can change their mind, that's where I think people really get messed up at and wind up having these hard times, because you don't just accept it at face value of, this is my value and my value doesn't change, but just this person is not the audience for it. You know what I mean? She said, I had an ex ask me about what was stopping me from being submissive and why I didn't like that premise. I was like, we're equal. Plus, submit to what? He felt like I didn't trust in or respect him. So here's the thing. And that I'm so glad that you said that and that you use that specific word of respect, because we've talked about it on here, that respect for men equals submission. Respect in their mind is about, I can get rid of this. Respect in their mind is about you just trust me, and trust looks like you basically handing over your life to me to navigate you. And for me, and I know you're going through the tomatoes and all that, but for me as a mother, I can understand there are certain things that I can relate to. Number one being, you need to listen to me. If I'm in control of protecting you and keeping you safe, you do need to listen to me. And I'm saying this as a mother. So me being able to tap into this as a mother gave me a bit of empathy or understanding of this perspective. But we're going to talk about how it gets wonky with them. Why? Because I'm in charge. I used to tell my daughter that was on here. I used to tell her all the time, you are only looking at this much of the picture. I'm responsible to look at all of this. And not only just for you, for me, for your sister, for a lot of other things that you do not have to look at. So you have the luxury of just looking at this aspect of it. So when I'm telling you, hey, do this within your little square of this major picture, it's because I'm looking at other stuff that you maybe can't see, that you don't care. Either you don't care about, you don't have to worry about, or you're just not in a position to have awareness of. But I'm saying that to you because I'm trying to make sure it all doesn't fall apart. And when you just be doing whatever in this little aspect of it, sometimes it can throw all this other stuff into chaos. I have had that conversation with my daughter. So as someone who's had those conversations with my daughter, I can understand that mindset of like, you're making it harder for me to do my job. However, these dudes don't be doing their job, and they be so concerned about you submitting, they haven't even started trying to do that. You get what I'm saying? Like, I was telling her that I was working on these things while saying, hey, I'm already doing this stuff and I've been doing this stuff and now you're messing it up. So let me kind of bring you into the process. These dudes will meet you right away and expect you to follow along with them. And the problem because they want you to test you on that. The problem I have with that is that when women do that, then you have situations like this that when it inevitably doesn't work out and now she has a roster or she has bodies or whatever, it gets counted against you every time it goes wrong. So you don't want women to be discerning about when and how and who to listen to. But when they listen to y'all and they just go along and they say, okay, you know, I'm being open, I'm going with the flow, yada, 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 let's see if love blooms, and it doesn't, then they get penalized. And then even worse off, like I said, she's doing well. Instead of them being able to say, oh, well, you know what? She clearly learned how to do what she needed to do. It becomes, oh, he has to now be diminished. He's a simp, he's that, he doesn't. And it's so exhausting. Now, lucky for her, you know, she's already in her situation, but there's so many of us who are still out there dipping and dabbing and trying that don't understand that this is what they're dealing with. That's my concern, is the women that are out there that are actually interacting with men and trying to build relationship with men do not know that the men think like this. And for me personally, once I had an understanding that the men were thinking like this, it was just like, I've never auditioned for a thing in my life. I've never auditioned for a thing in my life. I'm not going to audition to be your help me, your help me. You know, I'm not going to audition for labor. I mean, now I guess I've interviewed for things, but actual jobs. You know what I mean? I've interviewed for things, but I'm not going to audition for something that's going to be my life. And when I say going to be my life, when I think of my life, when I think of outside of work and outside of everything, I'm talking about when I come home and I take everything off and then I'm just existing in my existence. I don't want no man yammering around me and trying to tell me what to do and trying to micromanage me. Not even just the man. I don't want nobody doing that. You get what I'm saying? Like, I don't want or need anybody doing that. And I've come to learn about myself that I need a lot of alone time and downtime because I'm so dialed in all the time with like noticing things and this and that and the other. I need a lot of time by myself. And so I can't with this idea of submission and all that other stuff. Now, also, that's another way I'm thinking. That's another way that you know that they're not necessarily looking for real people, because how the hell am I supposed to know what I like? How am I supposed to know what I like? And also, this is something else that blows my mind too. As a sexual being, how is it that we have so much infidelity and we have so many men like complaining about how their wives don't do this or don't do that? Y'all don't see the correlation between not allowing women to discover themselves sexually, discover what they like, and discover how to please you sexually. You want these women coming in basically either unexperienced or generally uninterested, because you have to be uninterested in sex. For real, to be unexperienced in it. It has to be something. Anybody that has any kind of sexual drive is going to find their way to having sex. So I'm assuming that, you know, at some point in their life, especially in the beginnings of their life, and I'm saying the beginnings of like when you're younger, your impulse control is not as high. So if you're someone who is really dialed into wanting to experience sex, you're going to experience it. That's how you get all the, you know, church girls and stuff talk about, so, oh, well, I didn't do it in the vagina, I did it in the butt type of thing. You know what I mean? Like, you're going to have ways of getting around it. And somebody who's just like, yeah, I'm not going to do it, I'm so deep in the Lord, is not, you could say that sex is not high on their priority level, is what I'm saying. You get what I'm saying? More times than not, and especially women who have some kind of sexual desire, like I said, aren't as dialed into these other ideologies, and like I was talking about with the vixen and virginal mindset, and then the vulnerable median in between. These vulnerable median women, they don't have that grounding of whatever their ideological systems could be, and They want these men to like them. They want to be worthy. They do audition. And so they're going along to get along with whatever these men said. Again, it's not the archetype of Pookie and Ray Ray. It is the real Pookies and Ray Rays who are not always street niggas. So there's a lot of women who are experiencing these things from a different type of people, but these people will say, oh, not my friends, not my peers. So what I'm saying is there's a lot of denial about what is actually happening, and then there's a lot of scapegoating around, okay, well, you shouldn't have tried, you shouldn't have wanted, you shouldn't have explored, you shouldn't have experienced. And so that's why I say for her, I'm happy for her that she found her person and everything is going on. But I feel bad for so many of the women who are still going to be looking and still trying and not knowing, not realizing that they're coming up against this thing. A lot of men don't want their partners to do better than they do. Not getting celebrated for things that matter hurts. It can erode your self. 100% exact. First of all, that's how you know we here, because it's in the book, girl. And I'm not saying you read the book, and I'm not saying you got it from the book, but I'm saying like we're in alignment. It's in the book. This is exactly the type of stuff that I talk about in the book, of not trusting yourself, of not knowing. First of all, let's do a tangent on self-trust, shall we? Because that's been a theme that's been coming up for me this week. I recognize I've had like encounters with people that I haven't been in this much contact with since I started like kind of leveling up my mindset and my self-perception in particular ways. This stuff is foundational, but there were certain levels of it that I wouldn't go past because of, mental blocks and not feeling ready or being scared. Like I said, the whole idea of me being more intentional about doing my thing visually and stuff like that, it's all part of it. Is me stepping out of my comfort zone, basically. And so one of the things that I recognized about hold on, what did I look at? I'm trying to look at what you said to me. Oh, it can erode your self-concept. Recognizing that when you're dealing with people and you find yourself having trouble hearing yourself and having trouble trusting yourself. And what I mean by hearing yourself and trusting yourself, for instance, if you make a decision about something and you're set on that decision, but whenever you talk to someone else or this person or whatever like that, they're always imparting doubt into the decisions that you make, things like that. I'm recognizing the ways that my life was set up to reinforce doubts that I had in myself, is what I'm saying. And I'm recognizing how I've grown in that, not only recognizing that stuff, which is a part of self-trust, because I'm realizing like, oh, these things were standing out to me before, but I was not registering these things as the information that they were showing me. So the information that they were showing me is, hey, this person is not necessarily conducive with you growing. Yes, it's good to have people that'll keep it real with you. Yes, it's good. It's not that people are beyond reproach. It's not that I'm beyond reproach, but there's something the same way I came in and was like, hey, I'm recognizing that were I talking to Abby De La Rosa, she would be well within her right and rationality to perceive me as not safe. You know what I mean? So it's less about what you're saying, but it's more about how you're saying it and why you're saying it, right? So when you say that it's hot, y'all. Weather's changing. So when you say, for instance, a lot of men don't want their partners to do better than they do, it can erode your self-concept. That is what that is designed to do. And I'm talking about recognizing that in relationships generally, recognizing the ways, and they don't, now I'll say most people, I don't think know that they're doing it or know that they're doing it in that way. Like they might, I think it comes from people like having feelings that they haven't processed and it's going to come out regardless. But what I'm saying is that being around somebody who is chipping away at your trust in yourself, when something in you is telling you, yeah, I hear what they're saying, I understand what they're saying, I get it, but it doesn't ring true to me. That is what they're asking you to do in these relationships. That is what they're saying when they want submission. They want you to turn off that part of yourself that is there. You always talk about biology and everything that has evolved to be able to be your protection, your fail safe protection. Like, yeah, maybe they could physically protect you from something that's out there, but your psychological protection, and maybe even, sorry, with the change and stuff, allergies, and maybe even preventative protection, because it'll help you recognize about someone, this isn't a safe person, or this is a person that's going to not be safe over time, or this is a person that's going to wind up changing the trajectory of your life. Just something, when something doesn't sit right, when you're getting gut feelings. That's my issue with this idea of submission, the way they talk about it. Because like I said, as a parent, I feel parents are obligated to take care. And I don't just mean obligated like, oh, I just got to do it, because that don't necessarily make you safe either if you're just doing it out of obligation. But what? I took it very seriously as my responsibility to advocate for and protect my children in all kinds of ways. So yes, you kind of do need to, because I'm that wax on, wax off Mr. Miyagi for you as your mother that's trying to teach you how to do this stuff. So yes, you do need to give me that trust. And I do feel like if you're going to marry someone, you need to trust them to that level. But what I'm saying is that this expectation that you're supposed to turn that off is a problem, because like you said, it'll erode your self-concept, but also when you need it, because you might not always need it with that person. And I want to be clear too, you might not always need, that person might have your best interest at heart, right? But in the times when what they say, you use it or lose it, when you start training yourself to shut yourself down, to go, no, not, I don't need you, I need this person. Then let's say something happens to that person, how are you going to have it kick back in? Now you're not used to using that muscle. Fitness says, ironically, that system benefits men who mistreat women in relationships because it frees them up to sleep around with more women because they keep burning through the new women. Yeah. And especially if they're setting these standards, and I'm saying these high standards or whatever, because I'm not saying that men shouldn't have standards for who they deal with. But what I'm saying is you could see how these standards are set up for bullshit. Because if they were saying, hey, we're over here trying to stay chaste and right, and you guys are just out here wilding, that would be something different. They're not saying it. They're like, oh, we're mad that we're not getting as much sex as these other guys. They're getting so much sex, but also you're a slut for having sex. So even if I had sex with you, I would be that same slut. Yes. So women are incentivized to cling to relationships while men are incentivized to burn through them. Well, and this is me being devil's advocate. They would sit and say, no, it's just the men you deal with. A lot of us want women, but there's just no good women worth marrying. So now we have to be whores because you guys are whores. Actually, no, women aren't incentivized, they're pressured and punished to be in relationships. I'll be dropping in the paragraphs in here. I learned so much about how society caters to men at the expense of the well-being of women and children. Men fall victim to these structures, but they don't feel it because they have the power, supposedly. So because I've been having, like I said, conversations, and one thing that I keep encountering is this idea that by speaking on, reiterating, and pointing out all the ways that I see that the social structures are working in terms of penalizing women, suppressing women, corralling women into these bad situations, and silencing women, all the things, etc. That I am simply just vilifying and wanting to see men in a bad light. Basically, the old "you're just a misandrist" uh disregard for what I'm saying and things like that. And it's like, yes, there are things that happen to men that are unfortunate. There are things also baked into these systems that do um affect them, adversely affect them more than a bunch of other people, up to and including Black women. However, that doesn't negate the stuff that, you get what I'm saying. And so when I see people leaning on those things, I'm going to speak it. Like it rubs me again, my gut is like, ugh, you know what I mean? So I'm going to speak on it. Erosion of self-concept is to their benefit. Is so sad. Is it though? And that's the thing. One of the things that I've come to recognize about like how they act and what's going on is I feel like they don't get, and I know, please don't take what I'm saying with a grain of salt in terms of, I don't think I'm giving you any information that hasn't been said right this second, that they aren't allowed to be themselves. You know what I mean? They're highly constricted by these norms, the hegemony, and they're greatly restricted in self-expression. And so they are looking to co-opt. I think that's why we're seeing so many of the, did y'all see the rapper Gunna went on like a run or something and it was open to, I don't want to say the public, but like it was something where I guess you could get a ticket to just run with him. And it was all these men, and they were showing like how weird these men were acting, and they were acting like groupies, and they were just like, "Oh yeah, I love you, man," and oh yeah, look here, and they're running and trying to make sure people see them. It was very odd. The energy was just very odd, and that whole conversation around like who's going to be the women, because these men are showing up in ways that were traditionally stereotyped to women, groupies, and things like that. You can tell that these men want a certain type of attention beyond just like, oh, this is my friend, or this is my buddy, or I really enjoy his music, or whatever like that. Like the way that they are trying to get close to that man feels energetically similar to the way that groupies try to get in proximity to celebrity men. You know what I mean? So it's an interesting thing where I think because we're in a freer time that slowly, but like some people are just like, hey, I am what I am. It is what it is. I'm going to do whatever transformation and everything that I need to do to embody what it is I feel I am on the inside. But I think for a lot of these heterosexual men, what it's looking like is just a slow, you ever had a balloon and you just slowly let the air on? It's like, that's what's happening, where you're just starting to see this stuff bleed out. And it's just like, oh, okay. But they're still not in a space of being able to admit to themselves that it's like homoerotic. I'll just say that it's homoerotic, right? And even beyond that, because it's not always sexual. Like it's not always about sex itself or the act of sex itself, right? A lot of it, they're homosocial, and so it really is that thing of just that deep desire for the love of men. And I'm talking about within the men that you're looking at, and you're seeing this deep desire for the love of, acceptance of, tribe, being in community with, and being chosen, being in community, being a part of something, a group of men. They really deeply feel like there's been what it is, and it just hit me. There's been such scarcity language around manhood, TM, that they have driven up the supply and demand. They have driven up the demand because there's so much talk around it being such a dwindling thing, and it's taboo and it's not allowed and it's prohibited and all these other things. So yeah, I guess that there is this, it's driving these men into a frenzy. It's driving these men into a frenzy. Okay, they are foaming at the mouth, literally, for manhood. Fill me up with manhood. Let's see. Maybe women should pretend to get a big promotion at the beginning of a relationship to see if he's. Girl, I saw this TikTok and I probably didn't save it. I saw this, or no, it wasn't a TikTok. I think it was a Twitter thing where this girl was like, I went on a date and the check came and the man was like, we need to split it. And she was like, I paid for the whole thing and I wished him a good night or whatever. She said he texted 6 times talking about he was testing me. Ain't nobody playing them games. You know what I was like? Ain't nobody playing them games. Testing me. You cannot pretend to be less than you are and play small. Connect with a self-confident man who celebrates your accomplishment. Absolutely. She's a devil's advocate, but aren't men supposed to be the leaders? How can women make men be hoes? Because we control sex. We control sex and we control procreation and all these things and yada 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 yada. That's what the whole whining thing is like, oh, you control, you're giving all this sex to these bad men. You're giving the sex to the bad men. While, like I said, they're probably some of the worst offenders. Not some of the worst offenders, but they're pretty bad offenders. Because to me, I feel like, outward abusers, and I'm talking about physical abusers, are bad. Outward abusers, physical abusers are bad. But to me, I feel like the worst, let me not try to like create a hierarchy here, but I'm saying there's something so devastating around, for me, realizing that for me, it was devastating realizing how long I was enduring certain types of abuse because I did not recognize it as abuse. And that's where that idea of like my standards raised. You get what I'm saying? Because being in that space of doubting myself, doubting my gut, not listening to my visual cues and physical, they talk about the red flags and all that. I'm not seeing the red flags, but I don't think people recognize that they're not seeing the red flags because they have been conditioned to not see these red flags, or they've been conditioned to see red flags but doubt their ability in categorizing such as a red flag. So that comes in, like I said, when people are telling you, oh, you're too masculine, or oh, you just don't know what's what, you just want to be masculine, you just want to be in control, you just this, you're just that. So in creating these ideas around how you function being abnormal, if you are susceptible, if you want that person or whatever, you're going to start dialing it down. You're going to start like boxing yourself and you're going to start shrinking yourself, not necessarily because your self-esteem started out low, but because you wanted to compromise and you wanted to be a good participant in this relationship. And that is where, for me, it becomes bad, because they try to make it so black and white. Like, oh, it's just, you just always have low self-esteem. And mind you, some people have low self-esteem, or some people have lower self-esteem than they think, right? But I'm learning that it's less about self-esteem per se as it is about self-concept and also clarity. Because for me, it's been a journey of recognizing how my subconscious speaks to me, how my intuition speaks to me, how my gut speaks to me. Like coming into, you ever watched, we were talking about Donnie Darko. So it's kind of like that. It's like all these things are happening and in and of themselves, they're absolutely bonkers weird. They don't make any sense, right? But you keep seeing it keeps happening. You keep getting all this information. You get what I'm saying? But you don't know what to do with it until that last little piece at the end brings it all together. And then you know exactly what you need to do. So it's hard. And I'm saying that And in the meantime, while we're learning this on our life's journey, they're taking tallies on us and saying, okay, now she doesn't deserve, because she went this way, she doesn't deserve this. And because she went that way, she doesn't deserve that. And mind you, these same men, though, will still try to engage with you. They'll just try to engage you. There's something so insidious about the idea around, I'm going to treat you how you act. And I'm talking about in terms of this idea of like, you're acting like a hoe, so I'm going to treat you like a hoe. Mind you, this doesn't necessarily just mean in these situations where they already have contact with a woman. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, okay, if I'm already in contact with you and we're already establishing some kind of rapport relationship and you start treating me bad, then yeah, I might, get my licks in or whatever to get my licks back, or just talk to you or fight with you, cuss you out, trying to get us back on track. But I'm saying there's already an established connection. This idea that they can go out in the street and see a woman and from their perception decide that woman is a hoe, and then I'm going to come to you with the bullshit because I perceived you were a hoe, so now you need to interact with me as a hoe. You need to accept my treatment as a hoe. You need to engage with me as a hoe. And it's like, I don't know you. You know what I'm like? So that's where I'm kind of like, that's odd. Because even when, they say, oh, women can do it too. You know what I mean? Like women and I think that was the part that bothered them about what the lady was saying, was this idea of categorizing men as, okay, these are good, worthy men. These are good men you want to be with. But these men that I think are less worthy, as evidenced by her talking about dirty socks and this and that and the other. Because I do understand, and there's this meme. Do I want to show y'all that meme? Hey, Les. There's a very triggering meme, and I know I don't like to trigger y'all, but there's a very triggering meme, and I wonder if oh yeah, they don't have they have stickers in here. Okay, there's some stickers in here. I don't see it yet. Yeah, I don't see it here, but there's a very triggering meme. Y'all probably have seen it. It's had black people, it's had white people. But there's a woman, and she's on a sofa, bent over, and there's a line of men behind her. And then at the end of the line, there's a man who has flowers. The rest of the men just have their pants down, but there's a man who has flowers, and it'll say at the bottom, "Don't be that man with the flowers." So that is the in a nutshell what these men, the message these men are coming with in response to what she's saying. Basically saying that is what, when she's saying, hey, go out, live your life, have your fun, but when you're ready to settle down, get a good guy, the way the guys are viewing it is you're letting all these other guys come and just use you like a whore, like a hoe. I was saying hoe and whore at the same time, like a hoe. And then you're expecting this last guy to come and treat you like a lady. That's it. Pushing out. Oh yeah, I had to talk about it. Do what you gotta do. Repression turns into resentment. Yes. Black men especially are held to hold on to this hypermasculine role that's limited emotion and expression. I will say, and I don't know if y'all remember, we was watching this thing where there was like this artistic guy, and you could tell we was picking it apart because he was such a fuck boy. Like he was very expressive about his emotions, and he was he dressed, I don't want to say femininely, but there was like a feminine kind of pretty beautiful air to him about it. And he was just artistic, not traditionally masculine man, but very charismatic. And you could just see that like that could be dangerous. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I think it'll do women very well to stop feel. We have to, and that's what I keep talking about, like your gut. I know I am so cut off and have been so cut off from my body. And so now learning how my body has been communicating with me all this time, but I didn't know how to interpret it. I didn't know how to read it and understand the language that it was speaking to me, and then recognizing, because I grew up in an environment with people who had been trained and had trained me to not do that. Why? Because it can be inconvenient. A lot of times it's inconvenient. It's inconvenient to go against the grain. It's inconvenient to say, when nobody seems to want to put Uncle Ricky out, that Uncle Ricky is dangerous and nasty. You know what I mean? It's inconvenient to say, hey, these policies here are racist. You know what I mean? These policies here are racist, and we need to actually put some work towards doing that. Why? Because you're going to be singled out, because you're going to be scapegoated, because they're probably going to make your life hell, if not fire you. You get what I'm saying? There's so many consequences and social consequences. It was interesting when I was in my sociology class, because like they showed us this study that was done where they had people on the other side. Like, it was a room, one person was in one room and the other room was like connected by a window or something. They couldn't see each other, but they could hear. And this one person had control of an electric shock machine, like a machine that if they flip these switches, there would be progressively stronger electric shocks for this other person. And so what they were doing was they were having the person connected to the electric shock machine on the other side answering questions. When they got the question wrong, they had to get a shock. And as they, went on with the questions, the shocks got stronger. So the more wrong questions you got, the worse the next shock would be. And so the experiment was to study people's response to doing things that may be questionable in the face of authority. And so they had this person who was like administering the test. And when the person would answer wrong, and the person, I keep saying the person, when the doctor in the lab coat would tell the other person, hey, that person answered wrong, it's time to flip the switch. Eventually, the person's screams started getting bad. And the person started saying, hey, on the other side of the window, hey, don't do that. That hurts. Like, stop. I don't want to do this anymore. So now it's getting to a point where it's distressing. They're even saying, I can't breathe. They're acting, by the way. They didn't really have them doing this to this person, but for all that other, the subject of the study knows is that they're actually shocking these people. That's what they think. They're not, but that's what they think. And they're showing just how many people, none of the people were like, yeah, I'm not doing this. None of the people were like, you know what? This has reached a level where it's uncomfortable for me and I'm not doing it. You could tell they were uncomfortable, and some of them hemmed and hawed about it, but they still were doing it. And so what they were showing is that in the face of this idea of authority, which we see going on right now, in this face of the idea of authority, that people forego their personal ethos, their personal values, and or their autonomy. Not to mention just their signals. I'm sure their body, they were feeling empathy, they were feeling fear, they were feeling anxiety, and they overrode all of that because this authoritative figure was telling them that they had to do this thing. And so that's what I'm saying is I'm recognizing, for me, I'll speak for myself, how I've been living that way. And the authority was, the powers that be, being my family. I'm worried about what my family is going to say. I'm worried about what my friends are going to say. And then also me coming into a recognition of the ways that these things were reinforced. So maybe the ways people would react to me when I would step outside of my comfort zone, and I would get, and then kind of go back in without registering it. You get what I'm saying? So with all these people, they're holding on to that hypermasculine role because we're so disconnected from it. I feel like if we would reconnect with our bodies, if we would reconnect with ourselves and our relationship with ourselves, and I think I said that on here before, like I treat my relationship with myself like I treat like any of my other relationships with my friends, right? So it's like I'm always checking to make sure that I'm listening to myself just as much as I listen to my friends. And let's say I had two friends. Myself is a person outside of myself. If I had a friend here that said, I think this, and I had a friend that said this, I think that, I treat it the same way of like, okay, I'm going to evaluate what feels right to me. So more times than not, it's going to feel right to me. Let's see here. To be fair, I think it's healthy to have relationships with people of your own identity group. What do you mean? Are you talking about race? Are you talking about like class? What are you talking about? I hate my life when I don't have enough time with my homies. Y'all seen that Netflix movie where the girl got promoted over her boy? No, I didn't. It said a lot of men had lower sex drive than the women in their lives as women get to their 30s. I don't know nothing about that. Those same guys don't hate the women who do sleep with them for having slept with them. They just hate women, period. But that's the thing. When you think about it, I know you like, not you trying to understand men, but it's more so about trying to understand the world that I live in. They hate women because everything, and shout out to Erica De Niro, everything about their self-worth is tied to the way they interact with women. And so even that meme I described, where they have the one woman in the line of men and then the one man at the end of the line, for them, they're identifying with that man at the end of the line more than anybody because they're afraid that that would be them. So therefore, any and every woman who's ever, looked at a man, been involved with a man, whatever, and God forbid, like I said, you're unabashedly sexual. And that doesn't mean I'm saying you're like Samantha on Sex in the City, but that you were dating and having sex and trying to find your person and trying to find your way. To them, they can't get past this idea of how are these other men going to view? Because that's really all it is. Like if you get with a person, because women, that's the thing, women do it all the time. Women love the idea of getting with somebody's baby daddy or somebody's ex-husband and the man treating them better. You get what I'm saying? Like so many women will plant their flag in the idea that, oh, you just weren't woman enough to get him to treat you the way he treats me. That's why you'll see that's what happened with what's that girl name? Dwight Howard's wife. You've been here before. Men that resent a woman's growth probably have low self-esteem. Try to avoid men with low self-esteem and try to connect with men on your education level and class level. Yeah. I mean, well, and yes, absolutely. That's a great start. I think it's a great start to be able to deal with men that you have enough in baseline in common with that you won't have to worry about right off the bat them feeling a type of way because you got a better car or you make more money or whatever. You know what I mean? So yes, 100%. But I was saying earlier, I don't know if you was here, them educated ones can be just as bad, if not worse, because they feel like they have the basis to do so. It's just funny that these males are making judgments on women are often the absolute bottom of society. Then when you treat the relationship as transactional because he's treating you like a hoe, okay. She said, why do you mean? What did I say? I ain't even mention him. But it's up for life. It's up and stuff. So we're just going to gloss over how men are. Listen. No, the thing is, a lot of their problem is they want to be and they can't. That's this hurt piece for them in terms of how they were talking about her is like, oh, you were out whoring around and you expect the men that were sitting back and looking just for one woman to love and would have loved you from the beginning. You did. So this is the cries. These are the cries of the non-alpha man, the beta man. You get what I mean? The man that don't got the gumption and as much audacity to just go out and try to do what he want to do. You know what I mean? So, okay, but whose fault is that? Men set the system up and uphold it. They hate women for the system they themselves set up. Pick me's want to learn. Listen. So that was that part. Let me see. There was another thing I'm going to now segue into. Oh, and we're going to talk about Brandy at the end because baby. Okay, so this one, I'm going to give y'all a trigger alert. I'm going to give you a trigger warning. This next thing, this was originally going to be what I talked about primarily before I saw the thing about DL Hughley's wife. Not wife, daughter. This is a triggering. There's abuse, stalking. This lady is in distress. So I just want y'all to, I need to put one of those up there. And I'm going to add one trigger warning. Trigger warning. Come on. I know how to spell. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. All right, add. So I'm putting the trigger warning up. Did I play that yet? No. Okay. So this lady is going to tell her story about what's been going on with her. And then this is the thing. Then we're going to see the person she was talking about, his response. And his response is so long. I only watched the first part of it. I don't know if we're going to watch more of it because it was broken down into like 5 parts on this person's page, but I think they said it was like 45 minutes long. Sorry, y'all. Hold on. When I tell you this literally only happens when I'm on live. So, yeah. Okay, let me go here. Oh, no, get back up. Sorry.
Me. I've never dated him. I've never been physical with him. We got set up on a date by my friend, and ever since that date, he's been stalking and harassing me. Never slept with him, never dated him, never even kissed him or held his hand. He has fixed his eyes on me and has decided to dedicate his life to stalking me. Despite being married and having 4 children with his wife, I am a victim of his sick, twisted fantasy. So last year, he decided to act as though he was going to delete my account, right? So I went to the police. And I went and I got a IPO against him. So we go to court, and in court, I really got to hear how deluded this man actually is. I've been in contact with his older brother, and I've learned some things about what he has been telling his family over the last 7 years, because obviously this has been a problem for me. I found out who his family was, and I reached out to his family, I reached out to his wife, and nobody has gotten back with me except for his mother-in-law and his older brother. And his older brother is the only person in his family who had any lick of sense at all to say, this is not right. His story is not adding up compared to what she's saying. So before I went to the police, I spoke on the phone with his brother for about 2 hours talking about the situation. And his brother told me that this man has told him that we live together, that we have a child together. I don't have any children. That I live with him in Texas and all type of stuff. I'm the bitter baby mama. So his whole side of his family believes that I'm reaching out to them because I'm his bitter baby mama, which that's why I say his brother's the only person with sense, because if any of his family members checked my Facebook page or any of my social media pages, you would see that I'm a childless woman. I don't live in Texas. It's very easy. It's very easy to research about somebody else. So he's convinced his family, despite him being married with 4 children, that I'm his bitter baby mama who also lives with him in Texas. And when I get mad, I reach out to them and I say that he's stalking me. Long story short, the verdict was in my favor, but I'm going to tell you guys anyway. He told the judge that I have been stalking him for 7 years, and I'm harassing him and I'm harassing his family, which I have reached out to every member of his family, begging them to talk to him before something happens to him. He said that I have been harassing him. He said that he moved to Texas to get away from me. He said that he wasn't married but continuously slipped up and called his wife his wife. He lied about the number of children that he had. He talked about being in fear of his life because of me. And mind you, I had 70 pieces of evidence and he had none. All right. And despite my evidence, despite the judge reading off the text and the videos and the tattoo of my eye on his hand and the music videos where he's calling my name and making songs about me and have my face on his album cover, despite all that evidence, this man still lies and says, no, she's actually stalking me. You got it all wrong. She's been harassing me. Okay. I say all this to say that the devil can actually have your mind. If you don't believe the truth, the devil can run rampant in your mind and it can be real to you. I genuinely believe that he believes some of, if not all of, whatever he's telling people, because he's saying it with so much conviction. He told his brother with so much conviction that we had a son. The devil has his mind. And if you don't believe the word of God, the devil can have your mind too. That's why I don't even regard my own personal experiences over the word of God. I'll tell you one thing, this guy's been dabbling like dark magic and stuff like that. And he used to write me and say, I'll see you tonight. I'll see you in your dreams. And I would have dreams about him the night that he said he would see me tonight. And I used to genuinely believe that he was astral projecting into my dreams. And it used to frighten me before I knew the word of God. It used to scare me that he had the power to astral project into my apartment and into my dreams. Now that the word of God is my source of truth, and I know that to be absent from the body is to be present with the Lord. And James writes, just like the body without the spirit is dead, so is faith without works dead. So I know that astral projection from the word, I know that astral projection is not real. It doesn't exist. But if you believe that it exists, you can experience it existing. That's why you have to believe the word over the testimonies of men and even your own experiences. I believe the word of God over my own experiences. So I don't listen to nobody saying that a Holy Spirit filled person can have a demon inside of them. I don't listen to nobody saying that they lost their salvation and then gained it back. I don't listen to people say these things because the word of God is my source of truth, even against my own experiences. The Bible says, submit yourself unto God, resist the devil, and he will flee. The Bible also tells us to put on the full armor of God. That includes the belt of truth and the sword of the Spirit, which is the word of God. What is your source of truth? The Bible also tells us to cast down every imagination and every high thing that exalts itself above the knowledge of God and submit our thoughts in obedience with Christ. We know that one of the devil's tactics is deception. We know from his encounter with Eve in the garden, and we know with his encounter with Jesus, and he's even...
The fact that you said this, Mary, because I feel it the same way. I saw when she started talking, and then when she started talking, I was like, well, wait a minute, what is she talking about? So then I went to go look at what she was talking about. And then that's when I saw what he was saying. So, girl, Mary, hold on, let me get... I hope you come up. I know Les might come up, but I hope you come up too, because we are here with this one. When she said against my own, I said, mind you, after me just coming off and saying that I'm learning how to trust myself. But that's that whole religious doctrine. That's how they had us in chains for 400 years. So I can't, everybody got their demons. Everybody's working at their own pace. But yeah, but I'm gonna go ahead and let her finish.
Able to twist the scriptures. So if the word of God is not our source of truth, then we're susceptible to the enemy's tactics and his schemes, which is deception. And I'm not falling for that. My foundation of truth is the word of God, even over my own experiences. So I've been being stalked for 7 years. It'll be 8 years in the fall if this persists. And the guy who's been stalking me, I've never dated him. I've never been physical with him. We got set up on a date by my friend. And ever since that date, he's been stalking and harassing me. Never slept with him, never dated him, never even kissed him or held his hand. He has fixed his eyes on me and has decided to dedicate his life to stalking me. Despite being married and having 4 children with his wife, I am a victim of his sick, twisted fantasy. So last year he decided to...
Sorry, she said 4 kids. I think she said it before, but I wasn't paying attention. This is the thing. I didn't listen to this far into her video when I heard it earlier. So this is a lie.
To act as though he was going to delete my account, right? So I went to the police and I went and I got a IPO against him. So we go to court, and in court, I really got to hear how deluded this man actually is. I've been in contact with his older brother.
Okay, it started over. I'm trying to come and pin.
Delete my account, right? So
I went to the police. Be quiet, May. I'm trying to pin the what's the face to the top. There we go. All right, it's pinned. So if anybody wants to come up and talk, because we about to watch his response to what she said. Mind you, now I was saying she never even mentioned his name, but people were saying with her showing the paper, it had information on it. So okay, fair enough. But it stuck out to me. I'm like, she ain't say his name, like whatever. So I'm about to play at least part 1 of his response. I don't know. You know me. I get irritated quickly. So
swear, bro. I never did nothing to you. Bro. At all, my love. I never did nothing to you, India. Tell me, what did I do to you, bro? What did I ever do to you, bro? Like, that's bogus. Then you keep getting on her, and you make this shit sound so good, bro. Like you just so innocent, like you just so sweet, like you just so holy, bro. Stop that bullshit, bro, and stop lying. If you really in deep, really in your face, bro, stop lying. Please stop lying to these people, bro. Stop lying and stop trying to provoke me. It's like you trying to harness the devil or something. You want me to spaz out? You want me to destroy the whole world, don't you? Come on, man. Come on, bro. I would not be provoked. I'm not gonna do that. You want to provoke me though. You want me to be mad and spaz the fuck out. You want me to act a certain way so you can say, "What? I told y'all." No, bro. You're not gonna get that out of me, bro. Like I said, I love you. I'm not ready to be on no. I'm not doing it, bro. I'm not doing it. And then you keep threatening me. You keep threatening me like I look at you as a threat, my love. I don't look at you as no threat. Again, I'm not your enemy. But guess what, baby? I promise you, if that's what you want to do, you keep saying, well, the only reason why he's still doing it is because he hasn't showed up. The last day if he ever shows up, it'll be the last day he stalked me. You love his stalking word. I swear, you love his stalking word, boy. What I gotta show up for if I got you here? What I gotta show up for if I got you here? You know I got your heart and you know I got your mind. Don't even be on it, bro.
Sorry, I'm just popping in. You know I had to make it big because y'all had to see. You had to see. But this was when I was like, oh, wait a minute. He really is off. When he talk about I got you here and I got you here. Especially when she was talking about him astral projecting and he sitting there talking about he got her there and there. I said, oh, whoa, this is deep.
That's why you doing that, bro. I haven't even did nothing to you. I ain't even contacted you. I ain't even, you feel me, spoke out on you. I ain't made no music. I ain't did nothing. I been simply doing what I'm supposed to do. And you keep trying to harness the devil. You keep trying to provoke me. But I promise you, come take me out of my misery. Tell me the time, the place, and the location.
Kenny, why you always windmilling every day? Every time you always come here windmilling, Kenny. Hey, Les.
Girl, I'm
You speak. Look, let's let him do his thing. Let's let him do his thing. We'll come back. Get your thoughts together.
it hurts me.
Child, listen. It get deep. All right, we gonna let him do his thing.
I swear to you, I will come. And I will let you put the gun to my head. I promise you, I will let you put the gun to my head and I will let you pull the trigger. I will help you pull that motherfucker. Go on and take me out of my misery. Take me out of my misery then, baby. Take me out of my misery then. So I can go war with these gods. So I can go war with these gods. So I can go war with these guys for all this bullshit going on. Shit like this. Fuck does love. Bruh. What the fuck, bruh? What's y'all standard of love then? What's y'all standard of love? What is love then? That's what you want me to do, bruh. You want me to pop up and show up like I'm just like, you feel me? Like I'm a fool. I ain't no fool, nigga. I'm not no fool. And then you got my brother. You got him recording. You recorded my brother. Like what the fuck is that gonna do? Again, you keep trying to make this kid thing a big thing, right? Tell these people the real. The only reason why I spilled anything like that was because you telling motherfuckers I'm keying your car, I'm pulling up, I'm breaking your I don't put motherfucking your friend.
Wait, what the fuck is he talking about? She said, well, you have to bleep this out for YouTube. No, YouTube, people be cussing on YouTube. Yes, that's exactly the kid exists or a don't. That's why I stopped. And you talking about this kid thing. The only reason I said that is because what? That doesn't make any sense. So you made up a child that y'all had. First of all, what really got me, I was like, my interest is piqued, is because they're like, okay, he's doing all this and actively stalking this woman, inventing a child, but he's married with 4 kids. Where's his wife? Like, where? I'm so curious as to where she is in all of this. Like, are they still actively together? Are they separated? Or is
I'm
she?
not. My
I
dear, I am not curious at all. Whatever kind of crazy stuff he got going on, that lady is unsafe. I hope that she is nowhere to be found. I
No, that's
want
what I'm
her
saying.
to be.
I'm like, where is she at in this? Because if the girl is saying he's married, okay, that's what I'm like. Are they actively married? If he's doing this and she is around, what does she think about all of this? What's she doing? Like, or are they divorced because of it? Like, I have so many questions.
And this little idiot is about what is love then? What is love then? Sir, I don't care. What love is not this. She is not in, she does, regardless of whether or not you think she's into you or whatever, at some point you got to be willing to say enough is enough. Like she done put charges on you, homie. It don't matter if she love you. You need to love yourself too, sir. Like,
Girl,
care
that's
what the
what I be
story is.
saying too. Now you sit here going through. I'm listening. I listen to what she said. She's like, I don't want to be with him. I have done all these things specifically to not be with him. Trying to get other people to intervene to get him to understand that I don't want to be with him, to leave me alone. He's coming in having this conversation with her like, oh yeah, you just playing games. That does not sound like she's playing hard to get, sir. You're not. She's impossible
And
to get.
then,
She don't want you.
and then he's threatening her life. Like, I heard him say, you want me to come up there and use the and pop everything off and do the absolute most. I'm gonna let you put the gun to like, I don't
Exactly.
even
I have a
feel
death wish.
comfortable repeating this stuff. Like, this man is
That's
out
why.
here.
Yeah.
Mm, go
Yeah.
ahead, no,
I
what
feel
you're
like
saying.
he's just. That's where I was like, oh, this is serious. Like, this is something serious. And I mean, like, he has a problem. Because how are you talking like this? And then it's like, yeah, because I'm ready to die and go and fight with the gods. And it's like, oh, this sounds like psychosis. Like, this sounds like something is going on, like a chemical imbalance or mental disease. Something is not, this ain't regular stuff.
Right. And so in essence, believe women. Not all women, but I believe her, because if this is what you got, sir, like,
No, he
I
came for
I don't know what to tell
immediately.
you.
Immediately illustrating her points, because what are you talking about? Like, you're not even talking. She's saying, hey, I took this evidence to the courts that this man is stalking me and I don't want him talking to me. And he's coming at it like, oh, why are you being difficult in this relationship? You're trying to provoke me. No, I'm trying to get you away from me. I want you away from me. I don't want to talk to you. There is no
And
us.
and then my skin crawled when he was just like, I got your mind. I don't gotta got you. I got your mind. Like, what? Sir, what?
Girl,
What?
yeah.
So you are confirming that you know that she's scared of you. Whatever you think love is, it is not this. And I can't imagine what we like. This is, to me, the equivalent of knocking you over your head and dragging you to his cave. And this
He
is,
wish he could. He would have if he could.
I mean, and that's why they're trying to reverse the law so they can.
But
So
he
at
already
this,
has a wife. That's what I'm saying. He already has a wife. And the part that is like the way you say coming up for me in this is recognizing like this man is already married. Do you know that? So nobody would call, I won't say nobody would call him a Pookie and a Ray Ray, but you do understand that that means that he's not necessarily falling into the category of a Pookie or a Ray Ray. And yet here we are, because this is a married family man. You get what I'm saying? You following where I'm going with this here?
I am, but I think that I don't. To me, Pookie and Ray Ray is a state of mind. Like the
Right.
government
And
paperwork, we don't got nothing
that's
to do
what I've been
with it.
saying. But that's what I've been saying. But the way it's utilized, it's like they wouldn't categorize. Marriage is
I know
supposed
what
to
you're saying.
wipe
I
these
know what you're
men clean.
saying. And you know what really hurt? You know what really breaks my heart in is like, sir, to your point, exactly what you said, word for word. You already have somebody who has chosen you. Why do you need to have every woman that your attraction falls on? Like, you already have somebody who said that they're willing to partner with you. As far as we know, that was not under duress, right? So in terms of Schrodinger's kid. I love that. You are a genius. I love it. I love it here. No, 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 but seriously, like, that's the thing. Like, to a lot of men, they're collecting women like Pokemon, and they see giving you a baby, giving you a ring, all of these commitments is collecting you. And so he's trying to manifest a baby mama or something, either mentally or whatever. And the fact that I mean, can you imagine dealing with somebody who you're so scared of, that you're dreaming like that you start bringing in your own paranoia and fear? Like, this man has gotten in her head in the most dangerous, scary ways, not romantic. And like, so I understand why she's tripping out from a religious standpoint. Like, she's trying to put on the armor of God because
Listen, if this dude is talking, that ain't the first time he said something like that to her, and then she starts
of course
dreaming
not.
about him, I would be freaking the fuck out.
And furthermore, like, this person is totally delusional in that, like, what part of no, I don't want you do you not understand? You go after, I put this out on the internet, identify yourself, and then say, see, that's why people don't believe in love no more. What is love? You know what? I got your mind. Like, literally proving the point, and like, unironically, proving the point. And it's like, there is nothing that this woman can do besides have him detained to stop this. And I think that's by design when it comes to our system, because it is very hard to get a restraining order against a person. It is very difficult. A lot of times women don't. And then when they do, these guys will turn around and do the absolute most, because to them, it's not a situation where that you can say no. You can't say no. This is, to me, the equivalent of the times, like, wanting to go back to the good old days where you could knock a woman over her head and drag you to her to your cave. Because what part of you already getting some sort of hoo-ha in your life? You're married, right? Somebody has already consented to being with you, married with 4 children. This whatever obsession you have with her is causing you to be embarrassed socially within your social groups, your family, etc. So she's already taking all of the things that would have made shame at least get him to stop. Nope. She got the police and she got the government and the court system involved, and he's out here being like, you're gonna have to put a gun to my head. Like, what part of, and then if she does, she gonna catch the charge, right? Because that's that, and that is how they want it. Like, I don't know at what point they, like, guys like this, and I'm not even talking about stalkers only, like the guys who are willing to take it here, because I am just going to move forward with the delusion that this is not enough men for me to say that this is men in general. He is a unique case.
Oh, no. He is, and he's clearly, like I said, suffering from some kind of issue. I would be so bold as to say that I can't diagnose what, but this don't feel regular.
It doesn't. So we're gonna move on that way. But I do think at large that when when we talked about the manosphere, when we all kind of like saw the degrading and the about all of these things, and all of the way that they were talking about how they want to force women back into relationship with them, all the above. He's an extreme case of not being willing to believe in consent, but truly a lot of these men want to have a setup where they can be playing games like this. It's just that this man don't believe in consent, and this man is turned on, like thinks like whatever he is turned on by in her behavior, right? Like be it saying no, whatever. I would not. And it's funny because I remember there are times in my past where I used to think to myself, it would be so good to be so sure that a guy's into me that he would be willing to let it be a little weird. But the older and older I get, no, right? Like, you can't say that he's not into her, but I bet you if she was into him, this would work.
What they call it, book talk, and all those
Right,
stuff.
right. Like
Goodbye.
right. We all read Twilight, and we were like, the idea of this guy, like, but as an adult now, I realize, like, no, like, there's nothing healthy, safe, romantic about this, and it just, and it makes me think about how much but it also, but it, like, it makes me think about, like, the patriarchy in wanting to have that type of relationship, like the indoctrination of patriarchy, the possessiveness, the I want you, girl, no matter what, like, you're just, like, not taking your what you're saying seriously, not letting the relationship naturally develop based off of what I want, it just being this kind of, like, I choose you, hop in the bandwagon, or I'll drag you there. You know what I mean? Like,
no for an answer.
Right. And it just, I don't know, that came up for me of, like, seeing the straight up folly in how we romanticize that mindset. And then also see, like, this man is, like, this woman is not safe. Like, unless, like, if I were her, I would absolutely. I'm glad that she's letting the world know, because I told my mama I did not overdose on anything. You can't overdose on on the devil's lettuce. like, if I get taken out, it is not because I did anything to myself or whatever. The things that people say to kind of sweep things under the rug. I'll share that here in Jamaica, there's this guy who was a minister, like big up, big up in like the opposition party from what is in state right now, right? And he got mad at his wife after years of cheating on her, but he got mad at his wife one night over something. I think that she did cheat on him one time, like to get her lick back, and he shot her through the cooter. And then girl, and then he was trying to get the body cremated real quick, like, oh, it was just an accident, like, and it was only because her uncle or her godfather was the prime minister before that he was able to get the issue pressed, right? But this is supposed to be the party of the progressives here, and obviously there's demonic behavior everywhere, but you think about the level of possessiveness that it would take to, like, unalive somebody because they're not behaving the way you want. Like, I don't know, may these relationships never find us, you know what I mean? Like, maybe
that is the point.
Yeah.
But let's let him cook a little bit more. I don't know if I'm
real quick. One more thing, because I think, real quick, to be clear, people used to think it used to be normal to believe that this level of desperation and craziness made the relationship spicy and interesting, and we got to rebuke that belief system.
Not with a wife and 4 kids. Okay, all right.
Something I done had him at gunpoint. shit like that at Walmart and shit like that. And he called all scared, making sure you was straight and all that. Bruh, quit the bullshit. Quit lying. Quit the bullshit and quit lying. Why won't you talk to me? Talk to me in front of your followers. Get on live and add me and talk to me in front of your followers then. Since you so innocent. Let me tell some shit. Let's go back and forth like that then. Since you care so much about your followers and what they think. You lying, bro. Stop lying. I never did nothing to you. I never harmed you. I never threatened you. I never even said anything outside of love to you. I done called you crazy. Yeah, I done said that. I done said you was crazy. I done said you manipulative. I done said you a lying ass bitch, a lying ass witch. I done said all that. Yeah, I have, nigga.
How you go from I ain't say nothing to I did say all the. He's off his fucking rocker.
100%. This is crashing out.
Because it was out of anger, because you constantly attacking me when I ain't doing nothing but trying to love you. Don't fucking call for me when the war's over. When these motherfuckers is playing on you in these churches and fucking on you, doing all this other shit, when all these motherfuckers who you making mad come, yeah, you ain't seen a stalker. Yeah, you ain't seen a stalker. Let a mad Muslim get onto your ass. Let a mad Israelite get onto your ass. Why you keep trying to make it like I'm the bad person? Nah, bro. Stop lying. Just stop lying, bro. Stop lying, bro. I'm like I said, bro. Like I said, bro. I am the devil then. I am. You want to keep painting me like the devil, then I am the devil. Nigga. But like I said, bro, I don't care how you put it. I'm the devil, you the devil's wife. I'm like this because of you. I wasn't like this at first until I met you. And then my brother, you talking to my brother, y'all having a whole conversation, and here you are. This is how I know you want some bullshit, because you recording this nigga secretly. And for him, and like I said, bro, he been ducking my face anyway. I done crashed out on all of them anyway. Nigga, I done cussed out my mama, my motherfucking brother. I done threatened, like, what? If he wasn't my brother, I would have slid on him. Contact the mill and tell him quit ducking my fade. Nigga, because that's one rule we do. We know. Nigga, we don't go against each other for nothing, bro. And you done got my whole family turned against me. So I don't give a fuck. I don't fuck with nobody, and don't nobody fuck with me. I don't give a fuck. I'm her, dolo, and I don't give a fuck. I live like a bachelor, and I can have any female I want. But I'm stuck on your stupid ass. And you damn right. I did have a psychological test. I had to go do it, but guess what? I passed with flying colors. You want me to tell you what the lady said? Ain't nothing wrong with you. You just heartbroken. It's weighing on you. What you need to do is you need to isolate yourself and get your mind.
I'm sorry. Let me tell you something. Let me tell something to you. If somebody go out and get some papers on me, if somebody go out and get a restraining order on me, do you know how deeply you never have to think about me? You never have to worry about me.
What? When I tell you, like, literally,
First
what
of all,
part?
you be a little too insistent about not. Oh, I don't fuck with you. Shoot, you don't even have to say it outright. It's certain things. It's like you give me a little weird energy. You do not have to worry about me anymore.
Like, honestly,
they just having a little lovers quarrel. She put a restraining order.
like, and he's still talking like what this is love. He's just heartbroken. He sees himself as getting played on, and then it's just like, oh, all of this. Oh, you wait till the Hoteps find you. Wait till the Black Israelites find you. You still out here dangling Pookie and Ray Ray on her, like.
But that is
the big boogeyman.
But that's what the clip in the beginning with the lady. That's the whole thing about it. It's like they're threatening you with other niggas or threatening you with being judged around. Like, it's so freaking crazy. But like I said, I feel like this particular person, classic, something is wrong with him. But this idea that, like, now I don't know who he saw, and he's probably just lying, right? Because he's probably making all this shit up. If what she says is true, and I am saying this in recognition that she could be lying, he could be lying. I don't know these people.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna move forward as if what she's saying is true. He has demonstrated.
Generally, I feel like we are all of the opinion here that what she said is true. If nothing else, she was willing to follow up what she said. She took it to the people, and she's like, I don't want to deal with this person. Right now, unless he can show her calling him on the back end and saying, hey, baby, I'm just messing with you. I love you, Pookie. Or, like, unless he can show that, I'm going to have to believe that he's just delusional and making this shit up and just a menace to society.
Oh, for sure. But he's not even denying the allegations. Like, that's what he's not denying the allegations.
He's saying it's not stalking, because he loves her and they're in a relationship and she's just being difficult and antagonistic.
She's just his wife. If I'm the devil, you're just the devil. Like, we don't go together. You and I are nothing. There is no we. Take that out of your vocab. Where is your wife? Like, I don't understand what part of and if your wife is safe, you don't need to have no wife. You don't need to have no kids. You don't need to have no, like, voting rights. I'm so dead ass serious. This is so anti all my belief systems, but you don't need to have no voting rights. You don't need to have nowhere to go in basic society. What you need is a straitjacket, sir. You need a straitjacket and some strong medication. Because if not, I'm so serious. Like, there is nothing more this man can say, even though obviously he can always up the ante, and always
at least 5 parts, mind you. Now, I don't think we're gonna make.
That's the devil.
This first one, but I'm saying he went on. You see how he's going on, and I don't. Let me see how far we are in this one, because I don't even think we. Oh, I can't because can I? Hold on.
Kenny said, I thought this Satan stuff was a bit much, but I believe all of it. Kenny, I promise you, pause it real quick. I promise you, if he could sell his soul to the devil to antagonize this lady, he would. That's what he's sounding like right now. Like, just to keep the thrill going. He would totes do it.
Sorry, I was just trying to put it back where it was. Mind you, it say 10 minutes and 23 seconds, and there's 5 of these.
Where he says nothing, but and the thing about it is that in this world, in this time, in these court systems, right? The long and short of it is that like, she already got the restraining order until he does something to violate the restraining order, or he does something to harm her. Ultimately, we know that where this ends, she don't make it.
Yeah.
Or he don't make it. And if
it's gonna be one of them.
And if he don't make it, right? She is ultimately going to be charged with something, because she's going to be charged with attempted something or another, right? Because ultimately, there's no way you're going to convince anybody that if she was either in the zip code at all, that she didn't somehow. And so somebody finna catch a case for this to stop. Because this man has taken on, like, you telling me that you done cussed out your mama, you done cussed out your brother, you have isolated yourself so much whilst you are married with children, you mentioned, that you are going to have this woman no matter what, because, right? You're willing to get the charges put on you, and you're willing to, after the charges are put on you, come on the internet and say that you are willing to violate the charges. You don't care about your life. You don't care about your life. You don't care about nobody's safety. And so in my mind, when I hear all of this, and I'm saying to myself, this is an extreme, but ultimately these are the good old days these dudes wanted to go back to, where truly there is, like, this would be seen as romantic. This man is stuck in a time where this would be just parts of the love story. And it just makes me go back. It makes me really think about what our grannies and our foremothers had to deal with when it came to guys that said no, and how many of them were accelerated into relationships for safety reasons, not just only financial, but for safety reasons, so that somebody would at least have a deterrent, right?
Yeah.
Because if she goes and get, like, what do a lot of women in this situation do? They'll get a man so that there's somebody in the house to deter him.
Yes, I'm listening. I'm trying to.
No, that's it. Like that's it. And so, like, these are the things. These are the things. These are the places that women in the past have had to go to when we did it. We weren't able to put restraining orders on people. Can you imagine if this was your ex-husband and you were in a country where your ex-husband or your current husband can't rape you, there's no such thing as an ex-husband, all of the above. Like, we make it, like, a lot of times in our community, because we are in these secular societies, some of this stuff can't fly. But I'm sure that this nature is more normal than we want to give. Like, he is emboldened by the current world, but there are places on earth right now where she would not have been able to put a stop to it, and would have felt the need to either partner up real quick for safety reasons, right? Or flee the country.
So I don't know. Let's see. I'm gonna try to finish this one. Maybe we'll go to the. We'll see. We'll see.
But I'm stuck on your stupid ass. And you damn right. I did have a psychological test. I had to go do it, but guess what? I passed with flying colors. You me tell you what the lady said? Ain't nothing wrong with you. You just heartbroken. It's weighing on you. What you need to do is you need to isolate yourself and get right, get your mind and all that right. That's all you need to do.
He still ain't do it.
Find you somebody better to love. If this girl is causing all of this in your life, then you need to find somebody to love. And I'm looking at her like, man, you don't even know the half. You know, psycho. No, I might be a little psychic though. Yeah, I might be a little psychic though. Psycho's crazy though. Nah, you crazy, and I love your crazy ass. I don't keep on getting on her like you just so sweet and you so innocent. Like you just so holy and you just this brand new person, bro. When you not, bro. Anybody real.
Sorry, but I just wanted to point out when he said that was triggering as well too. Because remember, that was what DD was saying. That was what Offset was saying about Cardi B. Like
100.
I don't have to be innocent of anything ever in my life for the thing that you are doing right now in this moment to be wrong. I don't have to be innocent for you to be wrong right now.
100%. And ultimately, when we look at the thing for what the thing is, sir, you are making it a situation where it's either me or you. That's just it. That's just all. You know what I mean? And it should never be that deep.
She said that something happened. She said in her video that somebody introduced them once, and then ever since then it's been up and stuff. That's what she said.
But okay, so and the thing about it is that, like, she's trying to take the safe way out in terms of trying to plead the blood of Jesus. She hoping that God can make it happen for her. And honestly, this makes perfect sense. At this point, after you've done all of these things, you've made it so clear that you don't want him in your life. Even if she ever call you again, homie, what you do not answer that phone, like for your own life. Like, you know what I mean? Like whatever that psychologist lady ever said to you, you didn't even, to your point, did not listen to her. You need to stay, sir, you need a straight jacket and a strong medical regimen.
You sit here telling us that the lady basically told you the same thing she's asking you to do. Move on.
And about brokenhearted out here giving, but I guess she didn't want to become cannon fodder for this man's psychosis. But ultimately, I understand why she's so, down with Jesus, because she truly is out here thinking that she's fighting for her life against principalities that are not of this world. Because what gives this man this level of steam?
Well, you know what though? He's giving so much energy. He's giving so much energy to what he probably is warlocking a bit. He's really focused.
Dude, this man is absolutely, I don't think, at the point where you doing all of this, I do not believe that you are at a place where you wouldn't, like, if there's OBS, if there's roots, if there's whatever is out there, you want to try love potion number 9, something.
I mean, the thing is, I think that it, to her point, now outside of the religious stuff, but to her point in terms of it getting to the point where she's like, he said he was going to haunt me in my dreams, and then I dreamed about her. Yes, because she's in the midst of a trauma, an ongoing, what's that called? Chronic trauma, right? And so, yeah, that can have a deep influence to be like, now you're telling me you're going to project into my house, into my mind, into all of this other stuff, and now you're in there because you're just stressing me the fuck out.
He's scaring her. She's scared for her life. Like, it's not even like a situation where he gotta have powers. Let's just be honest, she's scared shitless. This lady is scared for her life. And honestly,
it's scary.
And so obviously, if you're scared for your life, this man is gonna haunt you. And so it's like, you think, and obviously there's no boundary. Point blank period. There is nothing this man won't do. Point blank period.
Nothing this man won't listen. Listen.
If this man knew somebody who could put roots on this girl to have her turn around and with some babies, he would do it. He's like, oh, I'm so stuck on stupid. Sir, this is not what you think it is. You're the devil's wife. This lady don't go with you.
You're the devil's wife.
That's what he said. This lady don't go with you. He is not, to her point, he is not computing words, definitions, meaning, consent, nothing. Hey, Rontel.
What you say, girl? Hold on 1 second. I'm changing something. Okay, that's better. That works better. I don't know why that wasn't it anyway. Let me get to the thing. I'm coming. Hey, Rontel. Not me yelling. I'm sorry. Let me play him.
And then on top of that, bro, you gonna sit here and you gonna lie, bro. You gonna lie and say that was a Facebook message that I wrote you that on Facebook. Stop lying. Everybody who got a Facebook know that you can't even go past a certain amount of paragraphs. You can't even write that much on Facebook. It'll say message too big or too large or something like that. So stop lying, bro. Face me then. You keep talking like you just so gangster and shit like that, bro. Well, face me then. Like I said, bro, you want to do that? You keep talking about, keep threatening, talking about, oh, it's the last time I got all that, bro. Bro, I promise you, like I said, I put this on my whole heart, on you, on everything I love. Baby, you can do it. You tell me a time and a location, bro, and we can meet. I will pull up. And I will allow you to do that. And I will write you an affidavit. I will write you a statement saying, give her immunity. Don't even prosecute her or anything like it. Fuck you mean? And I still wouldn't. See what I'm saying? See how I love you? You can do all this damage and I'm still pushing love for you. But now you want to destroy me. You want to destroy me. You want me to destroy myself is what you want me to do. You want me to crash out, destroy the world. That's what you want me to do. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that, bro. And this is me just responding to that, bro. Stop lying, bro. Just stop lying. I never did nothing to you but push love onto you. I never did anything. I never did.
He just told us, so he said, I never did anything to you but push love onto you.
But that's it. So he knows. He knows.
Lorenza, please. Lorenza, please. I can't even. I don't have it in me. We just gonna let that slide and let that be what it is.
Wait, what? What's an AFA?
He said I don't know what the hell he said. I know what he meant. He meant an affidavit, but that's not what he said. When he was saying that he would write her something so that she would be let
Cleared
off
of
the
charges.
yeah.
I don't know if that's the right word, but I don't care. What I did rebuke it on my consciousness too.
Word.
Yeah, but I rebuked it on my consciousness as well. I was just like, we just go because that's not how the law works. Like they don't allow you to murder people because the person asked nicely. You can't even do that with people who are like on their deathbed. Like that's not how that works.
But why are you reading any kind of sense or rationality into any of this?
But to the point, right? To your point, it's not like it's crazy because one of the most I know that we can't stand the internet for a lot of reasons. Mm-hmm. But one of the most wonderful things about the internet is now women can speak their own truth and share their lived experiences. So if this lady turns up, we know where to find him. You know what I mean? Even if the police don't want to pursue it, whatever, like, because ultimately, how many Black women I don't know how many Black women go through men who are this possessive and disregarding of their consent and showing up and all that. I have absolutely heard many stories of it being normal for a guy you say no to just pop up on you acting like we go together. You know what I mean? Like you violated something and broke his heart because you don't want to be with him no more. You know what I mean? How many guys don't accept it's over? You know? And so thank God for the internet, you know, that now women can say, can put out there, I am in sound mind. I have taken I don't want to, I want to live. I want to stay alive. I don't take drugs. You know what I mean? Because dudes out here are really tripping, like refusing to hear no.
Yeah.
Anything to you, my love. So stop doing that, bro. And that shit hurting my heart, bro. That shit hurting my heart that you keep trying to push it at narrative. When it's niggas out here that just been dogging you your whole life, fucking on you your whole life, tricking you into all this. You got these people in these churches, all these gay bitches and all this shit all at your neck, and you just taking it all in. But yet the one person who fucking love you, you won't keep trying to damage me and kill me off. Fuck you want to kill me for?
Told you. How many times I told you the homophobia goes with it? How many times I told you the homophobia goes with it?
But my mind keeps going to, where are the wife and children in all of this?
Hopefully somewhere safe. And
I'm talking about like where they literally are and why they aren't doing anything. I'm saying, like, has he forgotten about them? Like, what is he talking about?
He thinks that he has them unlocked. He thinks he's collecting women and families like Pokemon. And furthermore,
can you imagine being his wife? Yeah, but also being one of his children and hearing him literally doing all this to fabricate a child that does not exist. And he's putting this much energy into a person and a child that does not even exist. And here you are just like,
No, and he admitted that the child does not exist. He said that I only did that because you were tripping earlier. So he admitted that the child does not exist, that he said that in order to, God knows what, insert words here. Like, and you know, I'm so sorry, Paper Frost. Like, that is so scary, like bone chilling scary. And I am, it's crazy because you hear him talk like he's the victim. You hear him talk like, you know, he's just pouring out all this love on her and pushing all this love on her. Underline, highlight, bold, push.
The crazy part is the language he's using. He's not even using like flowery or subversive language. He's trying, oh yeah, I'm pushing this love on you.
Exactly. So underline, highlight, bold, push. He's admitting to the he ain't never gonna refute these charges, bro. And so like,
I know something has to be wrong with him because he's clearly just as a rational person who wants to remain either free or alive. You don't I'm so saying like you don't there's no self-preservation. There's no
God, that would trip me out. This trips me out. Okay, so then final thought on to that point, right? The last part, he's like, oh, you know, no AFA, whatever. I'll sign the affidavit. I just need to talk to you. I just need to talk to you. Like,
I'm willing to let you kill me to be in your presence again.
I am in, and he's like, oh, the homophobia. It goes together. The crazy goes with the homophobia. It is a leading indicator because, like, why is it that you're here disparaging her friends who are gay, and you being around gays has anything to do with the fact that I don't want to be with you? Like, I don't like, my brain can't compute, but the homophobia goes with this mindset. It goes together. Yep. Like, I don't know how, I don't know what mental gymnastics, but the idea that you can possess a woman like this and you are going to, and you know, the alternative is Cats or the gays or Pookie and Ray Ray or Invincible Summer. Welcome to the shenanigans. Hide your kids, hide your wife. Like,
He hit his own wife. The wife is
what?
His wife is going. He did. He beat everybody to the punch on that.
Check on his wife for sure. But like, it is, hey Lana Dean. Hi. It's just the like, when I now in my life, when I start hearing homophobia like that, I know you're crazy. That's it.
I did, Lawana. We did that. That was the first thing we did. I talked about but y'all can come up the what's the face's pin if you already know about that and you want to talk about that, like, you know, later on when we finish with this foolishness. You can come up if you have any thoughts about it. But we did talk about it. Yeah, I'm a like I said, it's like 5 problems. Let him finish this one and then we're gonna try and see. Good. I was thinking about you and Tori was asking about you.
I love you. Fuck you want to harm me for? Bro. That's bogus. That's bogus.
So what I'm doing is I'm going to this person's page so you can see where's the one let's go to just watch. Okay, so we watched this. It's part 2, part 3, part 4, part 5. It's 5 freaking parts to this. What all could he possibly be saying? And this
you know he don't got no job. This man has nothing to protect. You know he ain't got no job.
He walk around. Well, I can't say that. Walk around with no shirt on, because child, if y'all can see how I be walking around here, I'm a naked mom. I'm not a full naked mom, but I'm a no pants, no bra mom. So I guess he is too. What Let's see. We gonna try it out. We gonna see, because I can't do too much of all the same stuff, even though he already was repeating himself. But I just want to. I'm so.
We was going apart hopping with each other. So stop doing all that. Why you?
Pause. I'm so curious. Look at look at the thing. So they said, "Where's your evidence?" I should have been in here. Oh no. Oh my gosh. We praying for, yes, he's good and crazy. All right, I'm gonna let it play.
You ain't speaking on nothing that you did. You want to make yourself look so good, bro. You want to make yourself look so good, and I don't understand that, bro. And this ain't nothing about nothing in it. Talking about stalking. You love it stalking where I'm not pulling up to no location. I'm not doing none of that. I'm not stalking you. You feel me? I'm not doing that. And you keep saying, well, he keeps making fake pages and doing all of this and all of that. Bro, what the fuck? I'm not. I want to make sure you safe. Feel me? Fuck. Think I like being like this? You think I like living like this? Fuck you talking about, bro? Think I like loving a girl who don't love me? When it's other girls who out here like, I can love you better. I can love you better. I can treat you better. Feel me? Motherfucking females want to. I can have a female move in this bitch and make this bitch home. But I'm stuck on your ass. The fuck, bro? Keep playing me, and then you want to keep talking to me like I'm a chump or something. Like, nah, I'm not no chump, nigga. Not no chump. And I'm not stupid. I'm not stupid either. I'm very intelligent. I'm very wise. I'm not gonna play into this little game for what you trying to do. You trying to provoke me so that I get arrested and locked up. But I promise you, on you, on everything I love, on all of my kids that you supposedly say that I got, man, I promise you I would.
Wait, not supposedly say he got. Did he say he had kids? Girl, you know what they said though when he said you provoking me, everybody, and that thing is like, do not provoke me to anger. I don't know what that's from. I remember it was going around. It was like this African man singing, "Do not provoke me to anger." It's not funny, but it's comical.
I'm nervous laughing. Like it's nervous laughter for sure. I'm scared for her.
Talk about what other exactly? Nobody. Yes, you stupid. Yeah, he said that he looking like in the dictionary next to the word chump. It's gonna be a picture. He looked like a chump. He looked like a chumpy. That's what he looked like. Do the other girls know they want him, or this girl don't even know she wants him? So I'm sure there's plenty of other girls floating around up in there that love him and want him and whatever. But she's the one he wants.
Kenny, I love you. Oh, that was good. That was good.
Never go sit behind a cell because something I love. I will leave this motherfucker. I will leave this motherfucker. I will leave this motherfucker before I do anything like that. Fuck, you gonna prosecute me and crucify me because I love. Fuck. One thing about me, I learned from mama.
You got all this fucking love to give. Where are you loving your wife and your kids? Like, that's what I'm just, you keep talking about all this fucking love. What about your wife and your children? Your alleged children? What do you say about alleged children? What the fuck is going on?
Mistakes, my love. I learn from my mistakes, baby. I do. I learn from my mistakes. I know how they did Jesus. I know how they did Jesus. You ain't gonna do me like that. Y'all not gonna do me like that.
So, Summer, before we show that last video of him talking, this is part 2. So before we show part 1 of him talking, there was a girl, she was actually on the page. I had her original one, but they have her on the page too. So this girl was explaining how some guy, she did not mention his name, but she did put the paperwork up that she had got from the court. She was explaining how this guy had been stalking her for 7 years. She was explaining how he was lying on her to his family and stuff and saying that she was his baby mom. She's like, I don't have any kids whatsoever. He said they lived together, all this other stuff. So she was running down and explaining what the situation was in terms of him stalking her and what she was trying to do to get him to stop, up to and including going getting restraining order and also talking to his family. She was saying that his oldest brother was the most receptive and the most active in terms of trying to help her, like get him to chill. So then we get to see then we get to see him giving his side. This is the first part was 10 minutes and 43 seconds. I'm sure these ones is long. There's 4 of these or 5 of these. Yes. We must have missed that. It's been very fast moving. So yes, but you see, I can see it because look how he's talking. Like nothing she said is real. Like they're literally in a relationship. This is how he's talking. So that is the context of this.
Okay, bro. It's over, bro. Fuck everything about me, bro. It's because, nigga, it's what you did. Fuck you talking about, bro? That's just crazy, bro. It's foul, bro, that you keep trying to do me like that, bro. I don't do nothing but love you, bro. You keep talking about I'm stalking you and all this. Talking about you won the case, the judge don't do that. What evidence did the judge show, my love? The judge didn't even allow you to show no evidence. So stop lying. She said, when you said, well, I have his brother on voice record even explaining the stuff. She said, what? Well, I don't want that. As he say, she say. And then she read something, and when she read it, it was me expressing my love to you. And then she asked me, she said, do you love her and are you in a relationship with her? I said, Your Honor, I do love her. As far as the relationship wise, I don't know. That's what I said.
Pardon me. Y'all was in court where she's saying he's stalking me. I don't know him. I don't want him. And the judge asked you, are y'all in a relationship? And you're saying you don't know. I'm supposed to believe that an officer of the court was taking you seriously when this person had you in court to get a restraining order against you. And she says, are y'all in a relationship? And you said, I don't know. And I'm supposed to believe the judge took your side? Go ahead, Liz.
I have nothing to add. I really just think that, for this level of creativity and determination, so dead ass serious. I'm so dead ass serious. If you can create your own magical world like this, where you are in a relationship with somebody who don't want you,
he's astral projecting, girl. He got power.
Whatever. You need to be writing. You channel that into something else. Like surely you can find something else to do with your time. I am so serious. And it's not. And that's it. That's what I have for the class.
I want to go on the record as saying yes, they always could be doing something else, but they don't want to.
Like sir, you are missing out right now on some serious coin in your world building because you can create magical lands all in your head and be there.
Romances for the ages, him and Beyonce.
And I don't even mean that honestly. Like, oh my god. I'm scared for this lady. I'm so scared for this lady.
But you want to know what's so crazy though? And this is the thing, because I always talk about how women build lore. And this is, if you think about this, this is what happens with women that these men will go and play games with a woman, you know what I mean, and mess around with her and whatever, and to the point where she's like this. And then he'll say she's crazy. And they won't even take her to court. It won't even be like they taking her to court. But I'm saying they literally dipping and dodging and ducking around with her behind the scenes, maybe talking shit about their girlfriend or their wife to her, like, oh yeah, she just don't understand me. She on my nerve. Da 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 da. You the only person to get me. Blah 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 blah. You know what I mean? And then when the woman's like, look, I love you. I want to be with you. Da, 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 da. Oh, you knew what it was. What's wrong with you? You know what I mean? So it's funny to me. But I'm saying they won't go and get a restraining order. Why? Because they want the girl to be that into them so that she'll give them the access, is what I'm saying. This girl
100%. 100%. And like I can't and this man has never was going to have credibility. But like the idea that he would be out here like talking about, you know, she's crazy or whatever and all of the above, like I really wonder because they make it look like, because a lot of times, you know, with the new girl, she's the one who gets to hear the story about about the new girl, the old girl's craziness. But I really go ahead.
You ever saw the meme with the person and you know you see their head like to the side and it looks like they have a boot on their head, and then they zoom out and it's the person with their arm in a boot holding a boot over, you know what I mean? Like they're doing it to themselves, is what I'm saying. He's doing this to himself because he's talking about all this horrible stuff that this girl's doing to him. But he's telling every step of the way while he's spinning these yarns about these people, court officials and whatever, supporting him. He's also letting it slip that they're telling him, hey, you need to leave it alone. If this is how you feel about the situation, you need to just let her go and find somebody that's actually for you. And he's still skimming completely over that.
But that's the thing, like, honestly, I hear what you're saying, but I want to be really clear. Nobody's doing him any favors treating him like a baby. Like, I understand that the lady who was trying to take his like psychological assessment was trying not to get harmed or targeted herself, right? But when we think
that's just policy to be encouraging and get them and keep them talking and stuff.
I personally disagree with that because I just think that in all of our hand holding and like, you know, babying people like this, they never have, like, in what world does he have to have an honest conversation? And kind of to finish what I was saying earlier, like, how often would men who are friends with this guy, I don't think he has very many friends, right? But if you know, most of the time the person who's hearing about the crazy ex is the new girl. But if guys were to confide these things into each other, how many men would say you out your mind, right? Like, we need to stop kikiing in the corner and letting these people talk and just being like, no, sir. Granted, I understand the safety concerns, right? But day 1, day 2, day 3, if somebody had looked at him and been like, you sound crazy, this isn't love, you sound crazy, maybe we could have intercepted some of the thought patterns. But too many people have made this man feel special and made this man feel like his love is loving and valid. Too many people have thought this was cute, like we talked about with the Edward Cullen and the stalking and how so many of us wanted it. Maybe you can't relate to this, but like wanting a guy that's so into you that he'd be willing to do all this crazy shit. You know what I mean?
Here's the thing. Because I'm not the type of person to put a person in a position to have to do all of that in my mind. Mm-hmm. But I'm saying in terms of wanting someone that's just very, very deeply passionate about me. Oh yeah. I would love somebody that's just like, I have never met anybody like you. You are just blowing the fuck out of my mind. Like, yeah, who wouldn't love someone who's just that?
Yeah, but the thing about it is that we've also been coerced, trained, whatever, to think that at least the seeds of this, the beginning of this, is the relationship being spicy and interesting and with lots of, like fire and passion. And it's
like, oh my God, he's all
no,
up in my space. I don't know. It's just, but it's
he's
magnetic.
captivated by me. Yeah, like no. You are not safe, girly pop. You are not safe, girly pop.
He is a strangler.
But we as women have been taught to find this stuff attractive by a lot of, like, remember, most of these romance books were written by men. You know what I mean? They were targeted towards women, but they were written by men. And so, not saying that everything that men create is somehow nefarious, but I think that the undergird of what I'm saying is that a lot of like the older you get as a woman is the more and more you realize how much you don't want to have that much of a crazy relationship with all the toxicity and whatever. But there is a version, I will say, of me that, and I'm not saying that once it gets here, I would feel like I would be inviting this, right? But what I'm saying is that, like, he thinks this is passion. He thinks this is commitment. He thinks this is death. And there are women who are no most of the classic romance books were written by men. Most of the classic romances, Romeo, Juliet, all the above, like, I don't know if their wives were writing it and they were taking credit for it, but our history as it relates to romance and the big romantic, like the Notebook or whatever, before women were able to go to school and all of the above, a lot of our romantic films were written by men, and our paradigms around what romance and passion is were drawn out for us by men. And I think that when we think about the level, the way that we see passion and feisty and her saying no and making it, and that making him feel like she's more engaged, she's being spicy.
This is a dad. It's a dad.
Oh. Like, and
I want to put an addendum on something you said though about like it not being nefarious, but it is. But I will give enough of a caveat that it's more so about the systems in place and the socialization that it's just baked in for this nefariousness to be normalcy. Because this idea of, I was talking about being disconnected from your body, from your intuitive leanings, from your gut feelings and stuff like that. That is part of it is you're feeling it, but you're reading it as passion. You're reading it as electricity. You're reading it when really it's fucking anxiety.
Right. And when you come from chaos, for whatever reason, through no fault of your own, we can misread these things as adventure, right? Because life for a lot of us can be boring, especially if you don't have a lot of money, and you don't have a lot of time. This can be the most interesting part of your day outside of TV,
I've been saying for years, there's so much of how we interact and around sex and everything else. It's just escapism. That's why you see it, people just going ham with it, because it's not being done as something that you're actually like present in doing. It's being done to alleviate other things or distract from other things. It's not a self-contained situation.
Of course, and Solange was right when she said, I tried to sex it away, I tried to drink it away. Like, I resonate with that song so much. She's definitely up there in my favorite songwriters. But, when I think about, like, this woman, this man becoming so embroiled in this woman that he's saying that he has this unending love for her when she's doing, I mean, she doesn't treat him horribly. She's saying no. Like, if she's not, I'm not telling you that you're saying something inherently wrong, but I want us to use really specific language around, like, you are not the victim, sir. There is no way to frame it where you are being victimized in any way. She's not treating you terribly. You have no relationship with her. She does not want to have you in her life. Whatever story you've made up about how she's treating you is based off of you pushing something on her she keeps saying no to. And I think that when we validate even a little bit, like, oh, she treats you horribly, why can't you hear? It's like you're like she does not want you in her life. Hear that. There is no she treats you horribly. That is giving too much relationship talk. No.
No, I think and that is why I don't have a man. Or I won't say that's not why I don't have a man. That's why I don't bother with trying to have a man around, because I don't want to be mean, because I'm going to be mean. Is what I was like. I'm going to be like, I'm going to you and I are here. I'm not playing this game with you, right? But I can understand the professionals leaning toward, well, look, I will validate your feelings.
No, those
but I'm also pushing you towards the logical solution to what you're saying, which is, if this is how you feel about this person, then this is not a good person for you. So you know what I mean? So that I don't have to sit here and fight with you about what's going on, as opposed to trying to move you along to the logical conclusion and resolution.
I hear you, but I feel like the people who have the power, but it is also her job to assess this. Like, her job is there to protect the victim from an alleged stalker, not to advocate for this man as this man's mental health. She's there to assess this man's mental health for his ability to figure out, to kind of reason. And I think that this psychologist, these court systems that are trying so hard to not hear this man and to tell him there are other fish in the sea, there are other bitches out there, are not doing any favors for the women who are victimized by these people who don't hear no. I
don't believe him. I think the same way he's twisting this, because we heard what the girl said, and we see how he's twisting the stuff that she said. So I don't even know if this is what these people actually said to him. You get what I'm saying?
Oh, of course. But okay, yes. And I'm not trying to say, oh, we go hunt down this person, because we don't. He's full of it, right? But
I'm sure the professional, the sworn professional, wasn't in there being like, you're a crazy motherfucker and you need to be shot. They can't.
No. But that person can recommend this person to be detained, to be. I mean, obviously the restraining order was complete, right? And so I recognize that, like, ultimately, whatever the first steps needed to be taken were taken. So it's not like this psychologist, did not, give an assessment that at least made this girl incrementally safer, right? But this man, like, in my life, I have seen, not personally, but, like the other day when I was like, there are guys who will come back and, like, after the restraining order or after they get out or whatever, will come back and harm the people that have been telling the courts forever that this person is a danger, and the courts do everything to try to protect him because he's male and in love and passionate and blah, 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 blah.
Very sad trigger warning. A couple weeks ago, I don't even think it was a couple weeks ago. It might have just been within the last week. This younger woman, she looked like she was in her 20s, was outside a courthouse and she was crying. And, she wasn't even crying, but she was yelling, and she was saying she had been telling the court that her baby father was dangerous. And long story short, she was mandated to give him visitation, and he unalived the baby.
Yeah. I remember that. I think we talked about that. Like, and that's the thing, like, all of this, I mean, again, we know that my achy breaky heart for the justice system, I understand that sometimes it seems like I'm talking out of two sides of my mouth around not wanting to criminalize people. But I think that this man is criminal. He is criminal. There's nothing that you can say to me that would make me think that this situation is not going to end in one of them being either detained or off, because of how little he considers consequence and how invalid he thinks the idea that he is in the wrong is. He thinks that there is no validity to him he thinks that he is 100% valid in all he's saying, and that she's egging him on, that she's trying to drive him crazy with love, that she's making it like, you know what I mean? Like, and we the people, we his family, we his community, not us specifically, but the people in our lives that we have access to that are playing in our face like that we validate. Like, what can we do to make Black women safer? Don't baby these people. No, you're not making sense. Like, the kindlings you see where he could start this delusion, whichever it started, and I'm not pretending like he wouldn't be a danger to the people in his life, or that he wouldn't be, that they wouldn't, like he would listen, right? But whatever validation he's getting for this story needs to be taken out back and ended as well. You know what I mean? And even and to the points where it's not in his head, right? Because there are people who will make up a whole story in their head, right? But I am pretty sure that had he talked to his homeboys about this, those people would probably like dress back from him and stop talking to him as much, but they would not tell him this don't make no sense, right? If they thought it was weird, they would not. They would probably hope to try to deteriorate the girl's image in his mind, like, oh, she a hoe anyway. I bet she out here screwing all that. Like, they would go for diminishing his image of this woman rather than giving this man a reality check.
Yeah.
And ultimately, the people that are ultimately like the Rogans, the Manospheres, the way that we got to the crazy that we are in now, right? The women losing our rights and everything like that, like, it is men who don't want women to have the ability to say no, to have autonomy, to have the ability to be safe and self-actualize. In very many terms, they want to be the only people who are whose lives matter, who can do, like, there's this song I love called These Independent Girls and Nasty Evil Gays. I love it so much. It's great. It's an irony song. So it's like, the idea is that, like, you could have your utopia with a perfect future and, your traditional family. It was only for those independent girls and nasty evil gays who have the nerve to say that they want to live a life of their own, right? They have the nerve to not feel like they're going to be secondary characters in these people's war games, in these people's, stories, right? And the fact that the homophobia just comes with it, like, there's no such thing as a guy who acts this way and is not a homophobe, says something, right? The fact that, I've said this to you before privately, I might have said this here, but there are tons of ways to have a good relationship, but why is it that all bad relationships and all crazy people kind of sound the same? That's a data point that needs to be like, why is it that there's a script, homie? Like, why is there a script of beliefs, right? Because I was looking at the comments, because I was like, no, I need to read these comments. One of these videos, he's talking about being anti-vax. Like, why is it all you can eat buffet of effery?
Like, you just unload the clip on everybody, huh? Like, what's the problem? But yes, the anti, like, why is all his stuff aligning with these things? He could be MAGA the way he's talking.
Of course he is. I would bet you my left pinky that he is MAGA. I promise you that you can't convince me that these people have any individuality at this point. It is a psychosis. It is a set of belief systems. This is not one tick that went off. This is a set of ticks that go together. You know what I mean? Tick, boom, right? And like whatever created this audacity, whatever pot was stirred, and us being like, oh, it's not that big of a deal, it's not that big of a deal, it's not that big of a deal. Like, we have unleashed these people to really be out here thinking like getting charges and going, and the government telling you to leave this girl alone is a plot twist in your story. No, this is where the story ends. That's where this stop. You know?
Let me tell you, the minute that I get a paper, like, first of all, it wouldn't even come that far. Like, if you get a restraining order on me, you purely made up, and guess what? Your restraining order is going to take, because you're not going to have to worry about me. Like, if you go out of your way to get a restraining order on me, because I'm just not, I don't
of course not.
Who knows, but I don't ever see myself doing anything to require someone to have to get a restraining order on me.
The shame alone of being on a list of people who have restraining orders would scare me straight, bitch.
Honestly, I can make anything work for me, for my good, okay? That'll just become part of my lore. But I'm just saying, in terms of, am I going to try to fight against you for access to you? Absolutely the fuck not.
Oh, no.
Order out on me, bitch. What you trying to say about me, bitch? I don't want to talk about you. You won't hear from me again.
Of course not. Like, and he was, and then he goes, why don't you see me to my face, and then I'll be willing to let you pull a pow on me. No, you're missing the point. We don't go together. We are not in the same location. As per this piece of paper, I got a judge to sign. What do you mean? Like, and I don't know, like, there's so many data points here, but just like, I can't imagine how we are going to unpack the levels of how we seeded to make this make sense to people like this. You know what I mean? I can't imagine how like, because he's so convinced that we're the ones who are, like, he is so valid, that their love is valid. That if he going to hell, she's going to be his devil wife. That's what that nigga said, homie.
That's exactly, even in the afterlife, you will never see me in this lifetime or any subsequent lifetimes. I want to switch, because I'm his face and I can't imagine him saying anything to bring any more clarity or bestow any other kind of wisdom or anything like that. So I think we just gonna let that be what it is. Prayers going up, prayers going out, prayers going around.
I will never believe that lady ever did anything to harm herself, by the way. She is she needs to be invincible. The day that this lady is passed, I want him set into jail. I don't care.
I'm glad that she got it out there. I'm glad that she got his face out there. Hopefully, that'll be at least somewhat of a buffer. He won't be able to just accost her in public or something like that. Hopefully people are on to him. And especially, he ain't going to be low key enough to be able to sneak up on her. He going to go out being all loud and stupid. So it is what it is. But like I said, I hope that she remains safe. I hope that his children, both imaginary and tangible, are safe. Don't listen. All children on all planes of existence are doing well.
I said this to my mother this afternoon. I am so glad that God ignores my prayers sometimes. Like, I used to want to be in a spicy relationship. Obviously not this, but like, a guy who's so into you, it's so undeniable. There's nothing you could do to ever change his mind. He don't need to have, like, nope, give me a man with self-respect and boundaries. Yeah.
There was something I did a reel on here like last year sometime, I want to say, and it was something about like these guys talking about basically like the lady was saying in the beginning about how they don't want this and they don't want that and single mothers and yada yada and all this stuff. And I was talking about how stupid it was and yeah. So this guy gets in and talk about men aren't supposed to have standards. I said it ain't a problem with a men having standards, but if I don't meet your standards, I shouldn't have to hear your standards. I shouldn't have to have you sitting here going over how I don't meet your standards. If I don't meet your standards, keep it the fuck pushing. You're a grown ass man. You don't have to, because I get tired of this perspective of like, oh, you guys are forcing us to have to deal with less than we. No, the fuck we aren't. Because here's the thing about me. You don't get to come to me and tell me that I'm not your standard and think we're going to go forward. And I know that they know this because they'll try it with some women because some women will allow it. But there are other women, they test out and see who it is. So they don't come to every woman that they see as, you know, not making the grade and say, hey, I don't think you make the grade, but you'll do. They don't do that to everybody because some people have more self-respect than that. So when you come to a woman that has enough self-respect where you know you can't come at her like that, but you still choose to try to say whatever you need to say to engage her, that's you fucking your shit up. If it's really that serious, then just don't mess with a woman that don't meet your standard. Be willing, love yourself enough to be willing to wait.
Exactly. All of those words in that order is cosign. No. It's like, but you don't got to denigrate and embarrass anybody. The fact that you want to denigrate and embarrass somebody means that your standards are not.
Because they're mad.
Your standards are facade.
They're mad that they have to settle for you. So that's where you get all this stuff happening where these women, my heart goes out, and I know because I was there. My heart goes out to women who don't know they're in a relationship, situationship or whatever with someone who literally hates them. Literally hates them.
Girl. And I mean, you know, you like, look, I've slept with the ops. I know it, right? Like, I didn't deal with this guy, but I've definitely been with a guy who at this stage, I can tell you clearly weren't into me enough for me to have been, you know, in a relationship with you, right? Sure. We all learn, we all change, whatever.
But I'm moving us forward.
Okay.
Backward at the same time. Wait a minute. I swear I read this earlier. I don't want this. Disable my ad blocker.
Just to finish the thought, it's like I just feel like we need to really inspect. This is making me realize how much I want to inspect the things that I thought love was. That's it. Like I thought a spicy, a interesting, a dynamic, a burning romance was. I think I want a normal, healthy, squishy romance. Yeah.
I want a healthy, squishy romance, but I want passion. See, that's the thing. And I think it's an important part about actually talking things through, not just with each other, but with ourselves. Of like, okay, what does this word mean to me? Like, what does passion mean to me? You know, what does desire mean to me? And then kind of adjusting it. For me, I would like a passionate, if I'm going to engage with someone, I would want for it to be passionate. I would want for it to be, there was this video of this lady and she looked so beautiful, just chocolate, gorgeous woman. And her man was coming in, and I don't know if it was like an engagement party or whatever, but they both were wearing white and other people were wearing like blue and stuff. And he came in and you would have thought that he was like her favorite singer crush or something. Mm-hmm. She was like, mind you, this is clearly her man. But she's just going off, just screaming and whoa, and doing all of it. But it was so cute because it's like, yeah, I want to feel that. If it's somebody that I'm trying to spend a significant amount of time with, I want to feel that way about them, and I would want them to feel that way about me. But what I don't need, what I don't think fits into that, but gets jimmied into that, or we just make assumption is, oh, I'm going to be violent and intimidating because I'm so into you. I'm going to threaten you about being around other people. Like what I just described, it says, yeah. It's between me and that person. I'm into you. You are so impressive to me. I'm so grateful and happy to have you. Getting into this other stuff of like, oh, I'm threatening you and I'm trying to monitor you. Again, that goes back to that meme I was describing with all the guys lined up and the girl bent over and the one guy in the back with the flower. They're in that kind of energy of like, you're not going to do that to me. These other people are present and engaged in a relationship with each other.
Right, agreed. All those words in that order, no notes. And there is a difference, and I'm just glad to have passed the times in my life and the moments where, and I think religion, I think so many different things, romance books, a lot of things, made that, contorted that into like what it looked like to be in love and so yeah. What happened with Brandy now? I love Boyz II Men. They didn't do nothing. Did they do something?
Girl, why would you jump off and say that already? So we're gonna coming off the back end of that conversation about love and thinking stuff was love and everything like that. Brandy says Boyz II Men romance started at 16, reveals final call with Whitney Houston. When they're talking about the Boyz II Men romance, it was understood that Brandy was dating Wanya Morris from Boyz II Men back in the day. It was a known thing. In recent years, I remember seeing the singer Adina Howard's Unsung, and she was talking about how her and Wanya were dating, and then he basically kind of unceremoniously dropped her or ghosted her for Brandy, and then like stuff started happening with her career. People started blackballing her and stuff. I don't know why that had to. I don't know, but I'm saying it was already out there that Wanya Morris had been dating Brandy. What it appears to be, because I never really paid it that much attention at the time, was this discrepancy around how old she was at the time. But you know how Brandy and them get down with messing around with details to try to not make her look a certain way. Says few people in the world know the mystifying experience of being a child star as well as Brandy. In phases, I guess that's her book. The Grammy-winning celebrity opens up about fame, self-image, heartbreak, loss, and the callous nature of the music industry that sounds like we need to read that. From a woman who's often kept her cards close to the chest. With the help of journalist Jared Kennedy, Brandy details her meteoric rise to fame as a teen while volleying ambition, exhaustion, and self-doubt, moving through a predatory and tormenting industry and being misunderstood in the public eye. Her whirlwind rise to stardom marked a turning point for a generation of Black girls, seeing a face like theirs on screen. From the success of the TV show Moesha and hit albums to stagnation flanked by controversy and eventually the gift of motherhood, the vocal Bible digs deep. Oh, look at that. Okay, with the blue. I love that kind of blue and brown skin. The memoir, which comes months after the sold out The Boy Is Mine and co-headlining tour with Monica, and just after the unveiling of a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, also sees the R&B star reveal new details about her chart-topping duet, her last conversation with Whitney Houston, and her relationship with Boyz II Men's Wanya Morris. Okay, Brandon.
You want to know what just came up for me?
What?
You said, why would I say that after going from there? And because of my life being what it is, because I love Boyz II Men. I love the romance that Boyz II Men sings about, and it's a part of the problem. You see the circle?
Let me tell you something. You want to know the biggest tragedy of everything ever? You want to know the biggest tragedy of everything ever? I love Brian McKnight's music. When I think about the music, I love Brian McKnight, Babyface, like that type of era.
Yeah.
That was when I was coming up and the world just felt regular and normal and grown up seemed reasonable, and that. So that music from that time is like a grounding force for me. But specifically in the case of Brian McKnight, the way he would sing about love and stuff and the smoothness of his voice and his presentation to me was like, oh yeah, that's a man. Like as a child, I saw the image of him and I was like, oh yeah, that's what a man is. You know what I mean? And not on some stuff like what him, but just a recognition of like, yes, when I get older, that's a man, and that's what a man should be, and that's how a man should behave, and that's how a man should look. You get what I'm saying? So
100.
It's a tragedy, but it is what it is. It is what it is.
I mean, and same for exactly note for note, same for Brian McKnight. I feel the same pang of like, oh damn, but like to like the men at that time around the 90s were off the handle, off the chain. And, you know, maybe it just took to the 2020s for us to be able to unveil all of the effery that they were doing at the time. But I didn't know. I didn't know. And
And
mhm.
I'm gonna try to read this until they get, because I believe he had stuff to say about it too. But I'm gonna try and get and see what this says before I give my opinion about it, because I have something specific to say about the reaction to women growing up and looking back and recognizing, oh, that wasn't love. Oh, I was taken advantage of. Oh, he was a weirdo.
Yeah,
Like, so
yeah.
Doughboy cement singer Wanya Morris has long suggested a rumored romance between himself and Brandy did not start until she was 18. She writes that the relationship started when she was 16 and he was 22. Their connection started when Brandy was 15, she says, and Morris began to call and check in on her regularly, offering advice as an anchor and confidant to the up and coming star. After she joined the group on tour, however, the pair got closer. This is a quote. My girlfriend is 16. I don't remember when he first said it, but those 4 words started rolling off of Wanye's tongue whenever we were alone. So, ooh. Brandy writes, I couldn't tell if this refrain was meant to soothe his own conscience or temper the questions shimmering in my gaze. Morris has discussed the relationship before, saying in a 2021 Instagram Live that the pair did not date until she was of age and that her mother and father were a part of our relationship. He added, you can ask Brandy and she will tell you the same story. He's so sure. But Brandy writes the pair were sneaking around and that she hid the relationship from her parents, though they eventually grew suspicious. She said she knew full well that what was happening between Wanye and me was wrong, and yet my attitude was, this is special, this is real. People just can't understand. Now, you know something? I hadn't read this article. I just happened to see it in passing. I think some of y'all had posted this in Discord last night. I don't remember exactly where I saw it, but I just was kind of seeing it around and seeing like people's responses on the posts about it. And one of the main things, people love to do the whole, where was the parents? Where was the parents? Where was the parents? And yeah, even though, yes, the parents can be complicit in this and that and the other, but it's still, I hate the way they'll say, where's the parents? And just completely drop the fact that this person, whoever the adult person is in the mix of it, still did what they did. You get what I'm saying? Like, I guess I'm
It is
with
it's a cop
expanding
out.
culpability, but it is the cop because the way it's done is like, oh, and where were the parents? Nothing else to say, like to deflect. It's a deflection, and so to see it,
100.
like, hey, actually, no, because more likely 9 times out of 10, that is what is happening. That the kids are sneaking the fuck around. 9 times out of 10, kids are sneaking around. Like it's so crazy to me how we act like kids can't sneak around, or not even kids can't sneak around, but that it's not normal for children and young people generally, even when you're young and still kind of like between 18 and I'll say 25. That's that point in time where you're transitioning into adulthood proper. And so
Mhm.
still in that mindset of like, oh, I'm not supposed to. Now I know when you turn 18, sometimes it could be like, well, I'm an adult. I get to decide now because you can't stop me. But I'm saying that space of like, I know that especially if you have parents that you actually care about and that have standards for you, you're going to sneak, is what I'm trying to say. You get what I'm saying? You're not going to just out
Mhm.
things that they're, because what they're going to say, and they're not going to approve, and they're maybe going to try to do some kind of retribution or consequences or something. So why people try to act like kids won't sneak, and then at the same breath, if a kid does sneak or if a kid wants it, because she's saying here her mindset, well, this is special, this is real, people just can't understand. So she was in it and believing that it was a real thing and treating it as a real thing, but they'll treat her like, oh, she was just being fast. But you still want these people, these young girls, to be marrying. And you still want these young girls to be marrying older people or stable people. Good God. You get like all of this stuff is
Mm-hmm.
fucking exhausting. And
100%.
she lost her virginity to Morris, and she genuinely believed it was true love. Eventually, Brandy says Morris increasingly became critical of her and control her access to him. She would later catch him with his assistant. After confronting the singer, he confessed to sleeping around with different women in the players. The fact that so she's saying that he was acknowledging that it was a crazy situation that she was so young, but he still do it. Let's for just a second say that he was so in love, that she was just so singular and exceptional. Which the Brandy we know is singular and exceptional because wasn't nobody doing it like her at her time. You know what I mean? Like she was that time. So
Still is.
let's just say he was just that impressed with her as an individual young lady. Okay,
Yes.
cool. But then immediately, as soon as it's done, you knew what you was doing. Is basically what I'm saying. You knew what you just wanted to bag Brandy.
Yes. Yes. There was a countdown clock on the Mary Kate and Ashley's virginity, on them turning 18. Like I've been watching a lot of this stuff talk about it. And when we think about the fact that the parents did or did not know, it is also like, as an adult now, I realize like kids are sneaky, but they're not smart. Like I didn't realize just how easy it was for my mom to realize when I was lying. You know what I mean? Like,
no, that's what we were having somebody. I was having a conversation with somebody who knows me. Has known me for a very long time, known me all of my daughter's life or whatever. We were having like a conversation about her and like some of her behaviors and habits and stuff like that. And I'm like, this is the thing. I know my kid. And while I know it at the height of her doing her BS, yes, she was apt to do certain things, but she wasn't a mastermind. You get what I'm saying? Like she was sneaky and she was conniving and stuff like that, but she was no mastermind. You get what I'm saying? It wasn't a thing where a scenario where it took years and all these moving parts and she had to position everybody just this way to ask just the right questions at the right time. And like, no, she's not that. She's just a dumb, impulsive, selfish at that time, little girl.
And let's just be honest, like, and naive. And let me tell you, when I think about kind of the fact that I wasn't that smart, it does take somebody older, somebody who knows a little bit more about and has tried that shit and failed type thing, to be able to guide her to get away with that. And even if the parents knew that he, insert words here, who says that the parents were right? Should children not be protected should children of irresponsible parents not be protected by the community?
Yes. Yes. Because the part that sticks out to me is no matter what the scenario is that people try to throw out to negate what she's saying, it always ends in, well, what is the scenario in which? That's my question. What are the scenarios in which one would just accept what a young girl is saying or a young person is saying?
Especially when their hormones are raging. And because we know what it was like, we all like to make it look like we can't empathize. But she's caught up in love. He's singing love songs that are breaking everyone, young and old's heart. Walk with me in a tizzy.
What 15-year-old casually has access to this man? And yes, there may have been some young girls sneaking to where they, groupies. There may have been some young girls who were groupies who were sneaking. It was this documentary I was watching, sidebar, about like the groupies for the rock bands in like the 60s and the 70s, and they were little girls. They were like 14, and you get what I'm saying? And they wound up having so much fame from being like, they are to this day are icons of the groupie lifestyle. But I digress. What I'm saying is, to be Brandy, to be up there with Whitney Houston and all the great people are like, yeah, you are a peer of mine. You get what I'm saying? And by this time she was here, she had been in entertainment industry. You know what I mean? And been her star had been rising. So this is a seasoned veteran of her industry, is what I'm saying. At this point in her life, when she's just a baby, and you're coming there, and this Boys to Men was the shit. At that
Girl,
Boys to
like,
Men was the shit, and Wanye wants you.
the head and the lead singer, and that's the thing. Like when you think about the fact that, okay, yeah, I bag Brandy. Sir, you were in here singing love songs to a generation of children, to a generation of women in the house, right? Like, nobody's surprised that you had somebody wet in the pants. What we are surprised about is that you had the audacity to be with a child when you had all of these age appropriate options, and you have the audacity to make it about whether or not
Again, and that's what for her to describe what happened immediately, him doing that switch up of like, okay, I got what I wanted, and now it's time to switch. I'm over it. That means you knew what you was doing. That it's not even a thing of like, oh,
well, let me tell you what they say. They say that they're blinded by the hunt beforehand, and then once they get what they want, the balloon pops, so they don't realize that they are not that into her because they're high off of the adrenaline and the lure and the mystique. Because Brandy is that girl, right? Like she was honestly. She was doing the Kiki Palmer, the Zendaya, the young black star from the beginning.
Already in like at the
and I love that Brandy was pretty. I love that Brandy was always seen as beautiful, but Brandy was never white passing. I love that she was.
She was our black Disney princess. She was able to be unapologetically, unambiguously black and a princess and America's sweetheart, and that was everything.
Absolutely, and I love Lauryn Hill. She was out there at the same time, but I think that there was an innocence in Brandy that because we still is similarly to other. No, Lauryn Hill was a child when she was doing some of her stuff. Like Lauryn Hill has been.
Her and Lauryn Hill aren't the same age, are they?
Well, I don't know, but we can look that up. But what I'm saying is that Lauryn Hill, we saw Lauryn Hill grow up in some ways as well, right? But I think that because Brandy had the Moesha show and all the above, she had the young kids show that she took her life and her stardom took on a trajectory.
We were growing up alongside her. We were growing up together.
And so when I think about the fact that, he was sitting there plotting for a little girl, right? What is, and honestly, like in his mind, a little girl too, because we all saw her as a little girl. That's why a lot of them, when they turn out, they have to do the absolute most to get us out of our head as a little girl because of how ingrained in our mind that they are infantilized, right? So he was looking at her like she was.
Even when she wasn't a little girl, like her, not just the fact that she was physically in reality a little girl, literally, but her whole brand was around her being, sweet and innocent and chaste, and even when she was wilding out on Moesha, whatever, it was still done in a way to denote her naivete and her naivete,
right?
Like it was never done in a way to make her look like a skeezer.
No, and so Brandy is 47, Lauryn Hill is 50. So I don't know if that would mean that they were in the same age bracket, because like 3 years is a big deal when you're around that time.
I'm just because I'm remembering Lauryn Hill kind of being in more adult situation. In my adult situations, I mean like the branding of the Fugees and stuff around that time. Lauryn Hill came off as a grown ass woman, whereas Brandy was still, we were teenagers.
Right. And I mean, regardless of what Look, the hard part right now is just wrestling with the fact that, you know, we got to have a healthy idea of what romance is and stop getting all caught up. And that breaks my heart for my inner child who wants to have that kind of goopy schmoopy love. But it clearly just this immediate rod to my delusions the minute after I say that, like, the lead singer of all my favorite love songs when I want to feel, you know what I mean, is out here being a demon. It just goes to show that, like, a literal demon. Because if you're making it about anything else, you've missed the point, and you don't take responsibility for it. All this extra talking shows that you are that guy. You are not going to beat these allegations unless you said, I was wrong, that was crazy.
But it's more information here about like exactly how he's muddying the waters. She said, for years I struggled with how I was treated in this relationship. He saw a 15-year-old girl with rising fame and admiration for his talent, and I believe he deliberately took advantage. This was a 22-year-old man who I believe knew exactly what he was doing when he pursued an underage girl. Brandy writes of Morris's narrative surrounding the relationship in the years since, expressing infuriation that the onus of the inappropriate relationship has been placed on her and being characterized as dramatic. Brandy said she was vulnerable to the attention of someone I idolized and called the relationship a calculated courtship. The shame I've carried over this relationship ends here. I've grown more resentful at Wanya's insistence on reframing that time, his continued attempts to rewrite history with himself as the misunderstood romantic lead rather than the adult man he was. She writes, his refusal to acknowledge what I believe he did, to take responsibility for the power I believe he wielded and abused, feels like its own form of continued abuse. And I love the fact that she said the responsibility for the power I believe he wielded and abused. I don't know how many of you were there for a conversation that was had before where we were talking about, and I specifically said that when you know that you have the upper hand in a romantic situation, whether you want that person or not, if you do anything but tell that person and reiterate and make sure that that person understands that you don't want to be with them, and also not to engage with them romantically on top of that, because people will sit there and tell you all of that but still keep you open to romantically engaging. If you are not refusing any kind of engagement in a romantic way, on top of being clear about it, you are abusing your power over that person. Full stop. I will not have any argument or debate about it. It is what it is. And this doesn't matter the age, but especially and specifically in the case of a child. She later reveals that her sophomore album, Never Say Never, was about that relationship and not recognizing my own worth. Oh, Brandy's family label thought the Boy and His Mind duet with Monica was a mistake. Okay, not really concerned about that part. I mean, it's interesting, but I'm not really concerned about that part. Let me see. Oh, they had beef, girl. That's something else. But I'm sticking on this part of it because it's important. Let me try to find things that Wanye has said about her so we can get, both sides like we did with the other person. So we can get both sides of the story, quote unquote. You have any thoughts while I'm looking this up? Can you hear me? She said, oh, she went there. Are you there, Les? Let me see what it says. Let me see what you say. All right. It says Wanye Morris's version of his relationship with Brandy differs from hers. Brandy Norwood and Wanye Morris' relationship began during the height of the 90s R&B. As a teenage fan of Boyz II Men, Brandy was first introduced Brandy was first introduced to Morris through industry connections. Hold on, I'm looking for y'all.
By the way, I'm here. My bad. Okay. I stepped outside for a second.
Okay, no problem. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't like the internet or anything. Um, Brandy was first introduced to Morris through industry connections, and their bond quickly evolved from a friendship to a romantic relationship that lasted roughly 2 years. In more recent reflections, particularly in her 2026 memoir, Brandy's revisited the relationship through a more critical lens, describing it as emotionally imbalanced. Here's what Brandy wrote compared to what Morris said about the relationship in the past. Brandy Norwood pulled back the curtain on her life. She reflects to her rise on her rises to fame as a teenage star and the pressures of maintaining a polished public image. Brandy also talked of the personal struggles that unfolded behind the scenes. Among the most talked about revelations are her re-examination of past relationships, including her early romance with Boyz II Men Wanye Morris. The memoir also touches on her bond with Whitney Houston and the guidance she received at pivotal moments. Brandy and Morris reportedly met through industry circles and began to admire each other. As Brandy attained fame, she and Morris grew close. Morris was already famous as Brandy began to gain momentum in the entertainment industry.
Can
And
I
I
pause real quick?
yeah, because I was about to pause anyway. Let me say what I was about to say. The fact that it's being the understanding is that as she got bigger, because if he was going, he could have pounced before, but I feel like it's significant. Also, he was going to use her for, his proximity to her to boost him as well. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because if he knew of her before she was the Brandy, then he could have jumped then.
I mean, but then she would have been even younger and it would have been more inappropriate. But I see what your point is.
Yeah,
I see your point. But
clearly he made sure it had maximum positive impact for him, is what I'm saying.
I mean, but
Um,
him being self-interested isn't interesting because he's just proving that he was only thinking about himself. Like, ultimately, you like attractive people attract people. There's nothing interesting or shocking about you being attracted to her and her being attracted to you. What is inappropriate is taking action on the inappropriateness of the relationship. Like, he's acting like there weren't age appropriate people that he could have taken effort with or whatever in that situation. Like, they've been at each other. There was attraction there. No
can we be
one
very honest?
cares.
Wait.
No one
Let's
cares.
take it back. Can we be very honest? He's not that cute. So he probably would need 15-year-old Brandy to be impressed with him as the singer he was and the star that he was at that time. You get what I'm saying? Because he
I'm so
wouldn't have
sorry. I have no
he
idea what you're
probably,
talking about. That man is kind of my. I dated a lot of guys that look like that
yeah,
and
but
loved him down bad.
he's not, he is regular man. You get, but he's not
Yeah,
Brian
he's
McKnight.
not. I mean, and Brian McKnight is not to me. Okay, but see, that's the thing. Everybody is like, regardless, we're
Yes,
attracted to
everybody has
people.
a person, but
No,
I'm
no,
saying
but either
everybody has a person,
way,
and everybody has a person, and I don't necessarily have a type that I know of, right? I've dated all different types of people and been attracted to all different looks of men, right?
mhm.
But what I'm saying is when I look at a Wanye Morris, it doesn't get who's the tall one. The
He was
tall
cute.
one,
He
not the
was
not the deep,
cute.
not the deep voice one, the tall
The one
one
with
with
the high voice.
yeah,
Yeah,
he
he
was
was
more of
cute.
my cup of tea. You get
He
what I'm
was
saying?
cute.
He was more of my cup of tea. So I'm saying he's not even the looker in amongst his peers.
Oh, for sure. I mean, he's basic looking. I will admit that he's basic. But what I'm saying is that, like, he looked like Avant to me, and Avant was pulling girls all the time. Like,
Avant,
Avant,
Avant. Let's put it this way: Avant, his presentation and maybe even his body type was just like to me a Brian McKnight, but at smaller scale.
it's so crazy to me because I feel like Brian McKnight is handsome, but I would not find Brian McKnight
I
attractive if he
think
was
you're
not
saying. I
singing.
think you're saying that from the 2026 lens of he's a fucking demon.
Who?
Brian McKnight, because
Oh no,
and like I
Brian
said,
McKnight.
when I saw Brian McKnight as a child, it wasn't necessarily, and maybe this is white supremacy. It wasn't necessarily that I wanted him, like I was lusting after him because I was a child. But in my
Yeah,
child mind and understanding the concepts of a man and a woman, and maybe even
yeah,
I'm going to do it from a princess and prince kind of mindset, right? Of what does a princess look like, and he looked like a black prince. Did that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Archetype for a princess. And so what I'm saying, when I looked at Brian McKnight, I was like, that's a man. From a child, like, that is a man.
Yeah.
When I see Wanye, that's a dude.
Okay, and I mean, I'm not, and regardless of whether or not we're attracted to them, again, attractive people attract people.
Oh my God, Kenny!
I don't care. Like I like for me, like I said, like I love a stocky guy. Like so, the stockiness of him, the kind of like
do not mistake this as being solely like about his body type or anything like that. Because like I said, I've messed
with he's regular looking though. Like you could see him in Target. Like you could see him in the grocery store.
People that look like him every day.
Right, exactly. Right. And like to me, and I'm not even because like the older I get is the more and more I realize that like most celebrities look regular. Beauty is about grooming, not necessarily about exceptional beauty though.
That's what I think I'm getting at. I think I like Brian McKnight's grooming, his packaging, his presentation.
Right? I love me a turtleneck on a man. Right?
That's when he was very polished, and that's when he was so polished that I was like, that is a man.
Oh, for sure. And so for me, when I think about like the guys around that time that were singing our hearts out, again, when you are attractive, you attract people. There's nothing, the fact that a person, like, you are not responsible for what you attract, you're responsible for what you do. Like, the fact that somebody was attracted to somebody who's younger than you is attracted to you, like the whole Stacey's mom has got it going on. No one cares unless Stacey's mom does something, unless Stacey's mom endangers a child. Like, children are going to go through their hormonal, obsessive, strange awakening. I would not have young boys over my house just because I don't want to be Stacey's mom and Mrs.
Let me tell you something. And this, you talk about like kids having their normal, and you're talking about the boys towards like somebody's mom or whatever. But I'm just talking about a kid. I can tell you exactly when my sexual awakening happened. I was sitting on the toilet in the morning, trying to put my brain together to get ready for school. And we had a radio in the bathroom. And Nice and Slow came on by Usher. And when I tell you that, and I don't even think it was the first time I ever heard that song, but it maybe was the first time I ever was listening to that song. And maybe I was still in kind of like a theta state or something from just having woken up. I don't know. It penetrated into my soul and my body. And I became aware of my vagina in a way that I hadn't ever before.
Okay, so I don't know when. Oh my God. I don't remember when I had my sexual awakening, but I know that, like, I'm sorry, I'm gonna grow up one day. I don't know. Like, it's so random. Because when I'm in the bathroom, there's nothing sexy about the bathroom to me. There's nothing sexy about the bathroom.
No, but my daughter does the same thing. She'll go in the bed and you just sit there for a while. Like, you get up because you have to get up. You can't just lay in the bed, but you're not necessarily into doing anything. So you're just kind of like sitting there for a while. And I was just kind of sitting there trying to get my mind together, wrapped around getting myself.
So morning. I'm not judging. I'm not judging at all. Look, it is your business. It is your life. And guess what? Nice and Slow is a very sexy song. Nice and Slow is an incredibly sexy song. I remember it was so funny. There was this guy at my church who was like on the pastor track, who was trying to get famous as a musician during the time where guys with guitars were a whole like issue in the psychology of the young girls. And Mr. Pastor Minnie was singing Nice and Slow white boy style for the girls in the crowd. And it works. The lyrics, the way that it works, right? But I don't remember what mine was. I will sit and think about that, but I will say that like ultimately these grown men, like the NSYNCs, the Backstreet Boys, the guys who were the little girls were throwing their panties off her and screaming, like, right? Like event like obviously this shit happens. Young boys were lusting after Britney Spears, young girls were lusting after, like, during this time period of, you know, 15 to 30-ish, where people kind of look the same now because of moisturizer and sunblock, right? Like, a lot of the marketing is targeted towards younger girls when you're in these boy band groups and singing R&B, right? Like BTS is being marketed, like everybody kind of does the same thing, right? It is not shocking that Brandy once was attracted to what his name
Yes,
is.
because this is the age when that's why I was telling the story about my sexual awakening, because this is the age when that starts happening, when you're just like, oh, and you're going to have crushes on people.
Right. And you're going to notice that people look at you. Like, for example, I developed early. So I was somebody who, before I even recognized my own, like, what to do with that energy, was seeing guys treat me different. Right. So, and I think also because of being a little, like a little bit of the ADHD, etc., like, I, I was over analyzing the situation, you know, and something, I don't know, whatever. But I think that I didn't know what to do with that energy, and I think I felt indebted to men because of they're attracted to me. You know
And
what I
that's how they
mean?
want you to feel. That's
That's
how
how
they
they
want
wanted me to feel, right? Like, oh, well, you, whatever. So I understand. So I think I look at it that way now, because I have that framing now because of my experience growing up, in that, like, you can't help that people are attracted to you. It is your decision for what you do with people's feelings for you, yes or no. And you are the adult in the room. He is the one who taught Brandy how to get away with doing shit that her parents wouldn't have expected.
exactly. You telling me he ain't coach her how to sneak out the house or what to tell her to say to make you
Exactly.
think that it was on the up and, like, that's what I'm saying. And then too,
Exactly.
you telling me you really think that Sonia, you gotta act like y'all married Norwood, was facilitating this behind the scenes?
No. And even if you want to demonize the parents, ultimately, in the court, thank God for the fact that it is not our culture that chooses this. And I hate the fact that our culture is still very much, like, let's just be honest, like, the laws are a reflection of our culture, right? Not reflection of right and wrong. So ultimately, I don't think like a judge would pursue this. I don't think anything could be done with this, etc. Because he isn't right now R. Kelly, right? But truth be told, is it is in anybody who has any sense knows that all he doing is talking. It is your decision to go and pursue a 15-year-old girl. The rest of it is noise. The rest of it
Right.
is whack, 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 whack,
And she can't, you know, they talk about, oh, the babies are fast. Ain't no kid
she
fast
can't
enough to
consent.
catch an adult.
She can't consent. I don't care what you got saying. And there's no kid. And like, if you felt that she was being fast and your safe, and that you weren't safe because she was gonna come and pounce you, you should have filed a restraining order.
Hello?
Yeah.
Or no, instead of allegedly coaching her on how to get around her parents, you should have went to her parents and say, hey, you need to talk to your daughter. This is inappropriate.
Yeah. Because like when we were in high school, the youngest teacher was always the teacher the girls had a crush on. Like, it's you're
Girl,
not all there.
big old white man looked like a, WWE wrestler. What became was he the gym teacher? I forget. He was some kind of teacher at my school, and I went to Catholic school too. At my school, and girl, them girls was all over them, themselves over
Mhm.
him. And it was this one particular girl. She was she was Trinidadian, and she had a Coke bottle, like she had a body, and this was middle school.
Mm-hmm.
I remember her just being like, yeah, he gonna notice me. To his, I want to say I do remember him being a bit flirty, but never to a degree where I felt like, oh, they definitely messing around. But it still was kind of like,
because it feeds their ego. Hopefully that girl is safe, right? And we can't put it past him. But like a lot of dudes get into those roles because of the proximity to them girls, right?
mind you,
But
and I'm sitting here crushing on my 7th grade teacher. Give you a look like Edgar Allan, a mix between Edgar Allan Poe and like Al Borland from Home Improvement.
Al Borland.
You know who I'm talking about?
No, but I'm gonna look him up because isn't he the same guy
from Home Improvement? That show with Tim Allen, his assistant on the show. He had an assistant on the show, and he was like the straight guy, so he was always very serious and like competent to Tim Allen's wacky, macho man.
He was so cute to me. I did.
Mm-hmm.
I see the lore. I see the allure there.
That's
I
what I'm
really
like.
do.
I like all kinds of. But you see, I'm sitting here talking about Brian McKnight to that. Like
You like the straight laced kind of good guy. You like the good guy vibe.
I think I'm learning about myself, like sidebar, learning myself and learning like the archetypes and this and that and the other. I do well with, because I have gamine energy, I have mystic energy, and I have what is that called? Like Amal Clooney energy. Those are my 3 dominant energies.
Sage?
Remember we all were taking the tests?
Sage energy. I'm all sage. Yeah.
So I have gamine, mystic, and sage energy. And so when I like dudes who kind of are serious, because for my gamine energy, it's kind of like that protector, or like a older, it kind of is like an age gap dynamic, not gonna lie. Like, oh, I can learn from this person. I like to be able to learn from them.
Great news. You're old enough to consent now. Great news. If you want to be with a guy who is right, you're older. Great news. Like and that's the thing. Like if you wanted to be with a handyman, because you know me, I love me a handyman. I would love my handyman down. What do you need?
Just a calming presence, someone that I can feel safe with, and someone that's smart. I love intelligence. I love banter, and not like banter like we're at odds banter, but just like we can just talk. So I like, I think they said like messenger men. Messenger men are like the ones that are very well groomed. So I like anywhere between like a very well groomed, put together man and maybe like a not a Jason Momoa, because Jason Momoa is too wild with it. Like Al Borland was still more of a straight laced guy, and like let me chop some wood and shoot a deer or something. So I don't know.
I love that for you. I love that for you, and I hope he finds you. Amen. I think that like a responsible, like guy you can depend on, guy who knows how to help you, guys who knows how to be a positive force in your life and not wild is what I'm hearing. And I love that for you. I think that
I have to be the silly one.
I don't mind if my man is silly, but I'm not the type of person that is quick to laugh. And it doesn't mean that I don't find things funny. I just don't like.
I can just see you just sitting there like.
Yeah, I know. And so you have to get that just because I'm not laughing doesn't mean I'm not following. Like you have to get me, right? So I need a guy who's down to be with a little bit of a neurodivergence and whatever. Then that guy's usually a little bit like a little weird himself. So, and I don't mind it, but I think that like for me, the thing about what I liked about the musicians of the time is their writing, because I used to get caught up in like the romance of it and all of the above. I used to really Like, I still love the song Four Seasons of Love. Like, I can still take myself to the very same place every time I hear it, right? And so
Christmas album, that Christmas album.
you want to know what's crazy? I have not listened to the Christmas album. I need to go fix
Oh,
it. I need to fix
girl.
it. I need to fix it.
Girl, put that on and let it take you away.
I believe you. They're still my favorite boy band. Like, NSYNC could never. Backstreet Boys could never. Like, there's nothing, and this is why I literally just got stabbed in the heart. Like, because you could never have told me that those were not the best ensemble of male singers for my time and understanding. Like, that wasn't A plus grade A super, it's like god tier boy band, you know.
Something funny, before you came, like when I did the intro, I was talking about how I took my camera out for a stroll and I caught myself vlogging, and I realized there was no sound because I don't know if I have to get a mic for it or what. But I was walking and I walked past Kappa, which is the School of Creative and Performing Arts, and I was talking about how that's where Boys to Men went, and I was talking about how my family, being my aunt, my mom, and my uncle, went to Girard Academic Music Program, which is another performing arts school here in Philly, and how they were kind of like rival schools, and how my aunt actually ran in circles with them and stuff. Like, I was giving y'all Philly, okay? I was giving you Philly lore in this thing, and it has no sound. So I mean,
do it again though, and that's the thing. Like, I think kind of this might sound like it's fully left field, but I love the fact that in the Northeast, the arts are something that there are resources to help you develop. Like, there are music programs.
The only reason I didn't go to either one of those schools was because I was too shy, and I would have had to audition, and I didn't want to audition.
I get that. I'm not a music. I love music, but I have never gotten the opportunity to kind of like be able to take it seriously. We didn't have any money them time there to be able to like put me in any classes, right? But if I were in
there.
But like, if I were in the Northeast, I wouldn't have had to have the money. There would have been programs and opportunities. And that's the thing, like we don't get to get a Brandy Norwood or a Wanye or whatever, especially in our communities, without these types of surroundings. And so I get that, you know, these people are special and all the above, but I also think that, you know, they deliberately make it so hard, and they deliberately defund these things to keep self-actualization so far from us, so that when we have it, it's so fragile. Because if people had put the same stain on Brandy the way that they did on Aaliyah for being with an older man, because Aaliyah, I saw this interview the other day. Aaliyah was talking about how her mom was saying that she was looking sexy, like in something or another. This girl was 15. Like, Aaliyah had been sexualized because Aaliyah is traditionally beautiful. Like, Aaliyah is a fucking 10. You know what I mean? In terms of traditional beauty. And so, but Brandy had a cuteness, an innocence with her. Like, she was always kind of smaller in the frame, so she didn't have the body that, you know, would have adultified her so quickly, right? Or the face, to be honest. She's beautiful, but she didn't have
that much of a body either, but she had that sultry energy.
And they positioned her for that. She had that sultry, and as well as like so much of marketing is deliberate, and I don't want to take that away from.
They probably could have styled her differently, at least for the first couple years, if they wanted to. They could have.
Of course not. And people think that they have to do what they need. They got to do what they got to do in order to get what they want. So because there are only so many lanes for women, and because, you know, this is what the industry demands, so many times we acquiesce to these standards and we let these things happen, to what Wanye was saying, like, oh, you know, her parents knew what she was getting into. People think that stardom, being a musician, whatever, comes with certain things, right? And so we kind of give people a bly for subjecting these little girls to certain things because of the industry that they're in. And this scarcity mindset, this scarcity of opportunity that usually comes with fascism, usually comes with these types of manosphere domination, there are only so many opportunities, etc., begets all of these things. And I think that when we think about what Brandy would have probably gone through had she shared this at that time, it would have completely damaged her reputation. Nobody would have seen Brandy as a victim. And we have to take ownership of that. We would have not seen Brandy as a victim if Brandy, even with the branding that Brandy had, no one, like, he used and leveraged her vulnerability as a woman in the industry against her.
Listen, here it is. That's why I was teeing it up, because now we get back to the thing. It says the Boyz II Men singer discussed the past relationship in an Instagram live. In 2021, Wanye Morris took to Instagram live to discuss his past relationship with Brandy Norwood. Brandy and I were friends in the beginning, he said at the time, according to Madame Noir. Her mother reached out to me as well as my manager reached out to Brandy because Brandy was a big fan of mine. I was like, wow, that's amazing, because this young lady was pretty cool. Morris noted he was young at the time, not yet in his 30s. You're still... Don't get it twisted, he continued, adding that Brandy became his little protege. He then introduced her to others in the industry, and he and his mom wrote the theme song to The Brandy Show. You know what I'm thinking? Okay. Once she turned of age, we had been hanging around each other so much that there came to be some sort of connect. Oh my God, it's just, who could have get an intimate connection, he continued. We actually fell in love, he said. Morris noted he and Brandy were both young when they fell for each other, so he emphasized both of their youth. Now, when you're young, you make decisions based on your youth, he continued. You don't make moral decisions that you put in a whole position where you know this is what it's going to be for the rest of your life. You're learning through everything, and Brandy and I learned through. Oh, so you're speaking for her. Morris noticed anyone could ask Brandy, she will tell you the same story. Whoever's there, sorry. God damn it. That's the what did he say? He's astral projecting into my throat. Whoever's there saying all kinds of crazy things like they know, regardless of anything. My age, her mother and father were a part of our relationship, he said. They allowed me to guide Brandy and help her through her career. They understood we had grown close, and that's what it was. So she's saying that they were allowing connection in order for him to do work with her. And he and her and Brandy is adding the context that, and they were sneaking around. And then when she turned up, it sounds like when she turned of age, then he said, let's go to your parents and see if it's okay.
Can we talk about how men are so two-faced? They make it look like we're crazy when we don't trust, when we assume the worst, but then they wonder why we don't assume the worst.
Any trust you put in them is weaponized against you, because at the end of the day, this is the same thing as with I was talking about with that crazy man and everything. Like, when women buy into something that a man says, if a man comes up to you, say, I like you, I think you're beautiful, I want to get with you, I think this is special. Yeah, we saw it with Nick Cannon. That lady sitting up there talking about their special love, but then admitting that she sees him doing something.
I don't believe it. I don't believe her.
To the point
I don't believe her,
because then she's now like feeling like, well, wait a minute, you do that with her too.
I don't believe her. I'm not saying that she's lying, but I'm just saying I rebuke the spirit that has Nick Cannon being attractive to anyone. I just rebuke it to hell.
If Wanye can be attractive, Nick Cannon can be attractive.
If who?
If Wanye Morris can be attractive. Nick Cannon can be.
No, this man with the recently with Amber Rose and all the above, like the fact that my literal like, I love Mariah Carey. I love her in a way that like I feel like she raised me, like in a loyalty that feels like it's from the bottom of my heart, you know? And she like the fact that I love how she landed on her feet. I love how she handled it, like the poise, the legend, right? But I also just feel like he is such a cornball. He is literally like the hotepiest, dumbest, degenerate, attention-seeking psycho. Like,
Let's not even get
we
into
gotta
it.
rebuke this.
I could talk forever about my hatred for Nick Cannon, right?
I hate him. And so I rebuke the demon that makes any cooter. I rebuke the demon that makes any cooter wet for that man. I rebuke that demon. Yep.
And I'm gonna be honest, even when he got with Mariah, it was just like, how did he do that? You know, because Nick Cannon was another one that I was like, I could see that he was technically attracted. I could see how people, I'm talking about before all this foolishness, before he even got with Mariah, I could see how he was popular. He had the same kind of popular as Will Smith. I've never found Will Smith attractive, but I see that he is an attractive person. You get what I'm saying? Like, I understand the appeal with him and the marketability. However, when he got with Mariah, it was kind of that thing of like, I kind of feel him when he's like, yeah, I don't know how I did this, and I don't know if I can keep it up, because it's like, how did you fucking do that? You know what I mean? So it was like,
agreed.
So I'm not gonna call it sympathy, but I understand when he says, yes, he's fucking goofy. Like, I didn't take him seriously as a man.
If you're gonna be the wild and out guy, you have verbal. Like, if you're gonna be the wild and out guy, you can handle an intellectual conversation. You have the lyrics. You have the gift of gab. Like, he does have the gift of, he talked that lady out her drawers. But it was not no.
The last time you watched Love Don't Cost a Thing or Drumline? To me, that is who Nick Cannon is. You get what I'm saying? And I can imagine him being exactly that in the real world. And the truth be told, come to find out, he is exactly that. I
have not seen those in ever.
I'm not saying Will Smith is not attractive. I'm saying that I was never attracted to him. But I think maybe if I had been, being that I was such a child, he was never going to be attractive to me because I was a child. You know, like, and he was a grown man, and I just didn't see him that way. Like, at the time when when I first was introduced to Will Smith as an entity, like on his show and a rapper and stuff like that, child, I was probably into like Jonathan Taylor Thomas and stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I was in my kid bag. I was a kid.
So, because it's around the day, like, and those years make a difference. Like, even if Will Smith might be right now in the same age group, he was not marketed to the, like, he had gone into his adult. Yeah, but at that time. But like, I think Will Smith is handsome in the grooming sense. But no, like,
he again, he gave man energy. You get what I'm saying? When I'm saying same thing with
dork energy to me, like. You would think that I'm so serious. You would think I'm so serious, like I don't have no fun. But I don't really like the dorky types. Like, I don't like the too much like Will Smith. I think it's its ears. Like, he looks like a dork too. That's so mean. I don't like that.
Definitely, the thing is, he was definitely taken from just a silly person and then crafted into the Will Smith we know of today. I guess when I say he gives man, now he gives man. Right, but back in the day, yes, he was just silly and funny and stuff. I think I'll say Bad Boys was that turning point where they were like, okay, you're a heartthrob now. You get what I'm saying? You're going from just
sure
a good looking young guy to a leading man. You know.
And I didn't watch Bad Boys until a lot later because I was in Jamaica and we did like, I was too young to go out and watch it. Like, the theater wasn't as accessible, you know. So I don't think I got the same Will Smith character arc because a lot of those action movies were not something that I was able to go and watch super casually.
You got full throttle Will Smith by the time you got him.
Yeah, like I started. I was like, oh, Will Smith is that like is somewhere around like Wild Wild West and like Men in Black, like, and I like the songs I heard from him. Like I still like he's still somebody I will never sleep on in terms of his career. But when I think about Heartthrob, I think I was still in the phase of like the musicians do it more for me than the actors, I think. The
Yeah.
musicians do it more for me.
It's not run and tell. It's not the problem that he's a dork or a nerd. The problem is he's like he gives incel type energy. If that makes he gives the type like it can go bad, and it did go bad. You get what I'm saying?
Nick
Like
Cannon.
like
Are you
he
talking
was
about Nick Cannon or are you talking
you
about
can't give him too much juice. You can't give him too much because then he'll go crazy. Like in Love, My Love Don't Cost a Thing. Remember that
yeah, you're
movie?
talking about Nick Cannon. You're talking about Nick Cannon. No,
Yeah.
like Runtel is talking about Will Smith in response to me saying the dork or the nerd.
Okay. Yeah.
And I'm not even trying to knock it because I've dated more dorks and nerds than ever, and I think that that's why I got like a little bit of like irritation because they do the same messy shit everybody else do. But I will say that they're the same problem. They're the same problem.
Out of idealizing archetypes of like, oh yeah, this type of person would never do this, and they all do it. They
They
all
all do it. But to your point about to the point about Love Don't Cost, and I have seen Love Don't Cost thing. I did see Drumline, right? So I do recognize that oh yeah, she was talking about Will. So I do recognize that he does have swagger and I do want to give him credit for his swagger, but like in terms of Nick Cannon, I the fact that so many of the men that raised us in a lot of ways are in like do this type of stuff just goes to show, you know what I mean? So many of the men that framed our like our jokes, framed our idea of romance, like for example Jamie Foxx rubbed me so differently now, you know, like
oh
I
yes, because he was like, I don't want to say he was like my uncle. I guess he kind of was like an uncle. You know what I mean? Of just, and
Mhm.
then you get, and he's just like, oh yeah, he's just can't get enough of the white women. And it's just like,
I don't care
okay,
about him can't get enough of the white women. I care about him being like he is our Leonardo DiCaprio, and there's something wrong with Leonardo DiCaprio. Like I'm not saying that Leonardo DiCaprio is somebody I'm gonna hunt down and whatever. Like he is not on my list of problems to solve, but something not right with Leonardo DiCaprio. And to me, Jamie Foxx is in the same category.
I'm going to feel a type of way about him and the white women, not because I'm against interracial. Whenever you see someone who is like this, you know what I mean? Like I told you, I have a wide range of people, so it's not that I have a problem with um interracial or you know, but you know that idea. I have a preference. It's that I have a problem with that kind of energy because there's something else behind it. You get what I'm saying?
Oh, for sure, and I'm not denying all of that. I also think that
And
like it
at
comes.
least one of the mothers of those, because he has, I think, two daughters. At least one of the mothers has that look that you're just like, oh yeah, he's one of those where it's just anything not black. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's the same mental disorder that Nick Cannon has. Like, I truly believe the bag comes all together. Like, degenerates eat from a buffet of the same slop. Hmm.
Yeah. But that was all with what Wanye said. I just I think to wrap up because it's getting late. We just been yapping lately. I'm feeling this. We're getting a little
Yeah.
groove going. Um, but yeah, in conclusion, I feel like as far as you know, the Brandy stuff, I feel like I applaud her and I'm so happy that she's reached a point where she's willing to say what her experience was in the way that it was without doing that thing of trying to maintain this veneer and this polish. I think that's another reason why he felt confident that that he could sit there and speak for her and say, oh yeah, she'll back you up, because he's used to her trying to save face in a very particular way that traditionally and historically she would have just went with that narrative, because this one could have people turn on her. You know what I mean?
Agreed. Yes.
And
We
so
talked about this before. Go ahead. No, finish your thought and I'll jump in.
as you know, her soul sister, and we all grew up together, me watching her and that investment in her, and that I'm so happy to see her come to a place where she can finally own her voice and just say, look, I don't care how y'all going to paint me. This is what happened. And I need to speak on it the way it happened.
Yeah. I think that I love, a lot of people say feminism went too far. I am so proud of how far we went. I'm so proud of the fact that we, the women's, got it to a place where a person like Brandy would feel safe to come out and share that, and that a person like Demi Lovato, etc., would feel that way, because ultimately nobody did stand up for them when they were kids.
Demi Lovato,
Like
and that girl that wrote them books from
Jason Curry. And the fact that we are now in a time where the men are so tired of Me Too, they should have been more tired. We should have gotten more Me Too. I'm so glad that Me Too got the Cassie allegations and that Cassie got her money. I'm so glad that Diddy's in prison. Like I want him to be more in prison.
They tired of Me Too the way that man was tired of that girl playing games in their relationship.
Agreed. And I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to hear about how,
like I said, you got the boot on your own face. That's that you created that problem.
Oh, for sure. And that's the thing. Like people, rolling back to what I was saying before, we are so full of shit when we make it look like they have an argument to be had. They don't have a valid side. There are no two sides about whether or not Diddy should be in prison. I don't want to hear what you got to say. There are no two sides about whether or not this girl is leading him on. There are no two sides about whether or not Wanye should have been with Brandy. I don't want to hear about your achy breaky heart and your big old feelings. I don't care.
I'm gonna say, don't go in them comments about Brandy, because they doing the things they do. They bringing up R. Kelly, they bringing up Bill Cosby, they bringing
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Let them do what they got to do. And because guess what? The more and more women, like the more and more we normalize talking about the degeneracy, and the more and more honest we are with these people, is the less and less lie that they have to think that there are no consequences for these actions. Because ultimately, like Diddy got away with it because we all knew and we did nothing. We all knew and we said, and the only thing that consequences he had is his notoriousness, right? But nope. And so ultimately, when it comes to Brandy, when it comes to like Fast Kids, or when it comes to like what is a healthy relationship and what romance should be, I think that the fact that the toxicity is so consistent, like the strains of the toxicity is so consistently the same every time, right? Like you're not going to find a good man who's homophobic. They don't exist. You're not going to find a good man that is that is itching to tell you that maybe we need to see both sides on Diddy. Like they don't exist, right? Like there's no like. And I think that we as women need to have that, need to be that dogged about it. Like, no, there are no good men who say that type of shit. There are no good men who voted for Trump once. There are no good men who sat down and listened to speak of a dollar.
And women, like there's certain stuff that women are saying or women will say, and I'm just like, oh no.
And,
Absolutely not. Like no.
and you're telling on yourself in the comments. And I'm just glad that I hope that as all of this shit happens, as we in society go through what we're going through right now and come out on the other side, that we learn to tolerate less. That's what I hope, and amen.
Well, all right. Well, I'm going to close this down. We don't need this anymore. But any other final thoughts about any and all of the things that we covered today? Oh wait,
I
let me do. Hold
Go
on,
ahead.
hold that thought. I'm going to do the outro.
Roll smooth with a
I don't really
Okay.
have more thoughts. I think that it would be really fun. Have you guys been seeing like the print stuff, like the sneak print stuff that has been going around where women
Girl,
are saying
I
it's a A, B, or C? I
hate
love that. I love
hate
it. That makes me
What is
so
what tell me,
happy.
fill me in. What is that about? Because I saw like people are mad. Are they saying what is it about the print? Are the women saying, "Oh, you look for the print"? Are they saying they're not seeing enough prints? Like, what's going on?
It's exactly that. Like they are judging whether or not men are packing based off of their print, like they do with our booties and they do with our boobs. Like they are. And don't you love it? I love the
Yes,
deviousness of it.
you
Like,
know, I immediately was like,
the
"Oh,
print.
that's delightful."
I love it. That is thank you for getting it. You want to know why? Let me tell you why.
And you know they hate that
Because,
because they always talk everything about. That's what their whole thing with the men in the line. And it's all about penis. They're scared that their penis doesn't measure up to somebody else's. So now we're thinking we have
girl,
to walk
tell
around
me
feeling
why.
dirty. Oh yeah, oh
Tell
yeah.
me why.
It's time.
Tell me why there are rumors of all of these people who are high up in the hoop in all of this hoopla that are micros. There, it all goes together. It is a bag of
It's not
effery.
it's not something that I do often or all the time, but I have just kind of looked and been like, I don't see no print. And it was just something that I would just register and just go on about like I'm talking about like if I see something on on the screen or something like that. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? And maybe sometimes even in person, I'm just like,
It's natural. You're an adult. What you mean? I
or
mean,
hmm, I should be.
right?
You know,
I
like
know.
what?
I mean, we're adults, and it's age appropriate. And so we're on the same page. I think that in terms of making the men, like making fun of the men, I think
What
that
is
like I support that. I think that they should feel small and stupid. The men who are doing this, and like not nice men who are just going about their day not hurting anybody, but like I am here for their masculinity never being actualized. Hmm. Yeah, yeah. You still ain't that dude though. Guess what? No matter what you do, no matter how much you throw a tantrum, no matter all of this, she's still not into you, my guy. Whatever story you're telling yourself, whatever the like this guy who's thinking he's this big old romantic, big old squishy teddy bear lover, when this lady's telling you, I don't feel safe, I don't want you in my life, you're willing to be big bad demon. Like, yup, we should like I love him being emasculated. Nope,
child?
nope.
Seriously, prayers up for her.
Shut up. Shut
Child, and
up.
mind you, I'm easily annoyed, so I can only imagine. Like, oh my
Can you
god,
imagine? She's at the
this is
point where
not
she
how
thinks that this man has put roots on her.
you
She thinks
go
this man
get
put roots on
a
her.
restraining order on this man, and he's just talking like you
She said
just cussed him out or something. Like you
this
just
man said that if I'm the devil and we go to hell, you're the wife of the devil.
with
Sir,
a whole
sir,
wife, with
sir,
a whole
sir,
actual
sir,
wife
sir, sir. I
already.
need I
That's why I'm like,
need
I'm
mean,
curious about what the wife's thoughts are because he's really just talking like she just doesn't exist.
I'm curious as to whether or not the wife is still on this planet. I'm so serious. This man is not safe. He's not better than that.
You
Point
trying
blank
to
period.
convince me and all this up, girl. Okay.
And he's talking about I had to make up the story about the babies because you was talking crazy. What?
Anyway, don't get me started. Don't get me upset. Yes, thank you so much for coming up and chitting and chatting with me. You always make it so much richer of an experience.
I love you, girl. This is always fun. Yes, he's married, Invincible Summer. Yes. Yes. Find the wife. She
Remember,
needs
you
somebody
were
needs
here.
to check
Remember, he
in.
said he's been chasing her for 7 years. Remember?
Wherever the wife and them kids are, somebody who ain't gonna tell it needs to just check that they all right.
Yeah, let us know, like, because I'm high. I just have so many questions. But anyway, thank you all for coming out and enjoying the conversation. And it's been like a pretty full thing tonight in terms of like the people watching. So thank you. Like, um, it's exciting to me to see incremental growth and improvement and stuff. And like I'll be working behind the scenes trying to figure out, so who is this? The guy, the one that was talking crazy, the chunky one, talking about he talked to the lady and the lady said he just in love and is broken hearted and all that. Anyway, I don't care about him. I don't even want to talk about him no more. It just pissed me off all over again. Think about it.
Production, it is going to disturb your spirit. Production
Okay,
is
you
going to
just
disturb
coming
your
in.
spirit.
You ain't been here this whole time, have you? You gotta go back and watch. It's all there, girl. It's all
It's
there.
going to hurt your spirit.
But I'm gonna go because it's about to be 11 o'clock.
Night,
And
night, y'all.
good night. I will
Bye.
see you guys later.